the mayor's office or the ward councillor or the MMC requesting us to assist these kids that you see playing in open spaces, in grounds, and so forth and so on. So more often than not, we are found not to be having those equipments to support these kids. And I don't think I need to tell you what the effect then would be if the kids are not supported, and the issue of the social ills and so forth, that will somehow have effect on our health system and so forth and so on, and the security of the country or of the municipality as it were. So this is basically what we are trying to do, and probably also to hint that on our risk register, one of the risks that we have identified as a department is the inability to respond to this kind of requests, because we oftentimes do not have anything to assist with, and the effect thereof is the loss of confidence in the city in terms of us having to support the community when it comes to sports, recreation, activities in particular. So we buy this in bulk, we use them sparingly. Hopefully we can push until mid financial year, in the next financial year. But if you could be exposed to the proposals that we receive, you'll be very, very surprised. And our responses are always standard, that unfortunately we can't help. And these things are always raised in community meetings, in BIZOs and so forth and so on. So we are always blamed that we do not want to assist, and that's not the case. It's because the financial constraints do not allow us, but this will help members. Yes, that is the motivation. Thanks. I'm not sure if I was audible. I hope I was not talking alone. Chair? Oh.
You were audible.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just wait for you.
Members, your views on comments from the department? I suggest we adopt the recommendations and recommend to the CM to consider cost containment in the final approval. And whether this should continue or not. Members, your views agreed with that amendment?
Agreed.
Supported.
Thanks. Members, can we take a comfort break for 20 minutes and resume at 2?
Thanks, Chair.
Members, are we back?
Yes,
Can we
Chair.
proceed?
Chair.
Pusha?
Chairperson?
Are we proceeding?
Yes, Chair.
Our next item, please.
Item 7.3, Chairperson, which is from Community and Social Development Services. Request for extension of tender CME 04 2017-2018 for a period of 3 months from 1 July to 30 September 2022. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Thanks. Who's taking us through?
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Maybe just to make a correction there, I just realized now my name is Komotso Mokola. I am from the Department Communication, Marketing and Events. 7.3 and 7.4, it's actually one item placed departments. It's actually supposed to be under CME, not Community and Social Development Services. Okay, can I continue, Chairperson? Okay.
Proceed.
All right, as indicated, I'm Komotso Mokola, Deputy Director for Language Services. I declare that I do not have any interest in the matters to be discussed by the committee. Chairperson, the tender CME 2017-18, it expired on the 31st of March 2022. So we asked for extension at the BAC meeting of the 24th of March, which was granted for a period of 3 months. But unfortunately, we still where we were. Still, the tender has not yet been finalized. Maybe I should also indicate that in terms of our recommendations for the report that was tabled on the 24th of March, the BAC had added a recommendation to what we had the recommendation to, that supply chain management should fast track the current tender, which is CME 04 2021-22. So because of the services that are provided through this tender, we saw it fit as the department that we should approach BAC for a further extension of 3 months from 1 July to 30 September on a month-to-month basis, because the CME 02 2021-22 has not yet been finalized. but I've noticed on the agenda that 7.5, it's CME 02 2021-22. So the implications of not extending the tender, it's
So are
that.
you not going to withdraw this item then?
We should be guided, Chairperson, but maybe just to explain that we only left with next week for the current extension. We were considering withdrawing the item, but when we're looking at the practicality and the processes that have to follow whatever would come out of the BAC today regarding the new tender, we thought maybe we can extend on a month-to-month basis until the current one, the new one, is finalized, because that would mean if it's not finalized by the first week of July, we would not be able to provide the service at formal disciplinary hearings. And if it drags, we may not be able to provide the service at the council meeting. Now that the masks and accompanying regulations have been dropped now, chances are we'll have a full house at council meeting, which would necessitate the provision of services of interpreters. So we would need guidance in terms of that. Thank you, Chair.
But the tender is valid until end of the month, right?
Yes, which is next week, Thursday.
So you'll have sufficient time, or you will have services at least for council of next week, at the very least. And if this tender is serving today, if there are issues, it should still be resolved within the month of July. So I don't see a need for a further extension.
Okay, yes, for council meeting, Chairperson, we are covered, but disciplinary hearings, we already have requests from the first week of July.
Which I understand. The challenge is the motivation for a further extension if we are considering the tender will not hold water.
Okay, because it's already serving.
Yes.
Today, okay.
Members, your views?
Agreed, Chair.
Okay, so the request is declined because we are considering this tender today.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Push our next item.
Chairperson, our next item is 7.4, which we request for extension.
Chairperson, my apologies. It reads the same way as it did with the 7.3. Request for extension of tender CME 04 2017-2018 for a period of 3 months, 1 July to September 2022. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
So there's a duplication.
I don't know. Maybe the department will assist.
CME 04 is a duplication, so one must be out of the agenda. We must remove this one. It's a duplication.
Yes, Chair.
Colin Tsepo.
Okay. Yes, sorry, Chair. When we, sorry, Colin. When we were presenting, we were on 7.1, and we had two items. The other one is 7.2. So I'm not sure if when you were dealing with prioritization, this fell through or what. Because the next item was supposed to be 7.2, Chair.
Yeah, 7.2 was going to come later, unless I missed it, Portia. It was not part of the prioritized items.
No, it wasn't, Chairperson.
Oh, okay, no, thanks.
Yes. So we'll hopefully still deal with it today. Otherwise, there will be another. So 7.4 it is. 5. 7. Let me leave you to it, push. Complicated deal. Yeah, 7.5.
Yes, Chairperson. 7.5 reads CME 02 2021-2022 tender for the appointment of a service provider for the professional simultaneous and consecutive interpreting as well as translation and editing services as and when required for a period of 3 years, Chairperson. The item is tabled.
Thank you. Who's taking us through?
Mirahaba.
Proceed, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. And the item that I'm tabling now is CME 02 of 2021-2022. It's a tender to appoint a service provider for a professional, simultaneous and consecutive interpreting as well as translation and editing service as and when required for a period of 3 years. I'm presenting this item for the first time before this committee, which is the BID Adjudication Committee. Committee members, I just want you to go to page 2 of the report. It says the specification, it was approved on the 25th of October 2021, and the bid was advertised on the 3rd of December 2021, and the bid closed on the 28th of January 2022. And there was a non-compulsory briefing session date that was held on the 9th of December 2021. And the official responsible from the department is Khomotso Makhola, and from our side, in supply chain is Flora Piani, and those are the name of the committee members as appointed by the accounting officers. And we received 5 response from the public, and the bid was extended twice and is still valid until the 28th of August 2022. Members, I just want to take you through the stages of evaluation. I think I'd like the members just to move to page 7 to see how did we evaluate this tender. On page 7 of the report, it says that this bid will be evaluated in 4 evaluation stages, namely, stage 1 is administrative compliance, stage 2 is mandatory requirements, stage 3 functionality, and stage 4 is preference point. And members, then I'll take you through to page 11 of the report. Those are the people, the companies that responded to this bid, and those are their bidder name together with their bidder number. And as we do usually, we do in the pre-compliance. We are checking as to whether the bidder has been registered on the CST or as to whether the company does not have any restricted employee or state employee. But upon us checking on that, we found that all of them, they did comply, and meaning that none of the bidders that they were disqualified based on the pre-compliance. And thereafter, we went to stage 1 of the report. On stage 1 of the report, then we're looking at the MBD4, MBD8, and MBD9. On MBD4 and MBD9, we found that none of the bidders they were disqualified on this stage 1 of the evaluation criteria, and therefore. Then we did the second stage. On the second stage, we're looking at the mandatory requirement. Upon us checking the mandatory requirement, there was only one bidder that didn't submit all the required documentation as according to the mandatory requirement, and it was bidder number 3. And as a result, this bidder was disqualified based on that. And thereafter, the 3 bidders, the remaining bidders that went through, I think there are 4 of them. Then we did the functionality criteria. The functionality criteria, yes, we're looking for a minimum requirement of 70. Then upon us doing that functionality criteria, there was one bidder, which is bidder number 4, that scored below the minimum threshold of 70, and therefore this bidder will be disqualified for further evaluation, meaning that we are left only with 3 bidders, which is bidder number 1, bidder number 2, and bidder number 5. And members, as you can see, and then we populated the prices of the 3 bidders that made it through to until the functionality, which is bidder number 1, bidder number 2, and bidder number 5. And therefore, as you can see, the prices of the interpretation and even the according to their pricing scale, as you can see, their total price are there on the bottom of page 17, and thereafter, then it shows that bidder number. Then we did the 80-20 based on that on those 2 bidders. Oh, okay. before I can continue, is that remember on that it was bidder number 1, bidder number 2, and bidder number 5. And on bidder number 5, and there was an addendum that was sent through to all the bidders, and we did confirm with the department with the rectifying the pricing schedule. And yes, the department, they gave us the proof saying that all the addendum was sent to all the bidders. And bidder number 5, he didn't price according to the addendum that was rectifying the pricing schedule. Then as a result, this bidder he will be disqualified for further evaluation because he didn't pay a price on all the items. And thereafter, we're left only with bidder number 2, bidder number 1, bidder number 2, and bidder number 1, and then we did the 80-20 based on that. Then we found that bidder number 2 is the one that scored the highest on price and lowest, and then the highest on point and lowest on price. And as a result, this bidder number 2 is the one recommended for this bid. The bid is presented before this committee for further deliberation. Thank you.
Thanks, Rahaba.
Yes.
Members, the report is tabled. Comments, Osminki?
Very covered, Deputy Chair. Nothing from my side.
Thanks, Verusha?
No questions, Chair.
Thanks, no questions from my side. As recommended, Portia, let's go to the next item. That's Tana House for you.
Chairperson, the next item is item 7.5. Sorry, Chairperson.
Is it 7.5?
7.6.
7.6, Chairperson. It reads, it wasn't on my list of urgent matters. Then we should go to item 13.1. 13.1, Chairperson, reads, it's from City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, CSOP 02-2021-2022, tender for the appointment of service provider for the design, layout, proofreading, language editing, and printing of the City of Tshwane's Integrated Development Plan and Annual Report, A4, for a period of 3 years. Chairperson, thank you.
Thanks, Department. Please take us through.
It's me, Chairperson Rahaba Ramakgopa. Can I take it through?
Yes, thank you.
The report that I'm tabling now is CSOP 02 of 2021-22. Is a tender to appoint a service provider for the design, layout, proofreading, language editing, and printing of the City of Tshwane Integrated Development Plan and Annual Report for a period of 3 years. And I'm presenting this report for the first time before this committee, which is the Bid Adjudication Committee. Members, if you go to page 2, it shows that the specification, it was approved on the 8th of November 2021. The bid was advertised on the 18th of January 2022, and there was no briefing session held. The bid closed on the 22nd of February this year, and the responsible from the department is NDL Manyama, and from our side is Virginia Pesha. And those are the those are the committee members as appointed by the acting accounting officer. And we received 23 response from the public, and this bid is still valid because it was extended until the 21st of August 2022. Members, I just want to take you through to page 6 to show you how did we evaluate this report. On page 6 of the report, it says the stages of evaluation. It says on point 4, it says the bid will be evaluated into three evaluation stages, namely number 1 is administrative compliance, number 2 is functionality, and number 3 is preference points system. And on the functionality, we're also looking for a minimum threshold threshold of 70 point. And the other thing, it says that on page, I just want to make the members aware, on page, which page is that? On page 11, after the pricing schedule, it says that the tender will be awarded per section. It's the highlighted area before point number 6 on that on the scope of work, and thereafter then we'll move to the next page, and the next page, it will show that those are the 23 bidders that responded to this tender, and those are their the company. Those are their company names together with the bidder number that were allocated to by supply chain, and thereafter, and as we normally do, we do the pre-compliance. On the pre-compliance, we're checking as to whether the bidder is registered on the CSD, or whether is there any restricted or state employee. Upon us checking on that, no one was disqualified based on that, and thereafter, meaning that they complied with the pre-compliance, and therefore then we move to stage 1, which is the administrative compliance. On the administrative compliance, usually we are checking MBD 4, MBD 8, and MBD 9. Upon us doing that, then we found that there were 11 bidders that did not declare on MBD 4.3.14, saying that they're involved in other companies. Then as a result, this 11 bidders will be disqualified for further evaluation. And thereafter, we left only with 12 bidders that were considered for functionality, because functionality, it was our next stage of evaluation. And we're looking for a minimum requirement of 70, because we are saying that we will award this as per section. Section 1 is annual report, and section 2 it is the integrated it's the IDP. And thereafter, then we did the functionality on those remaining bidders. Upon us doing that functionality on the remaining bidders, we found that we'll see that on page annual report, on page, where's the page number now? I can't see the page number. Page 21, it shows the companies that score below the 70 point. Then as a result, this company, they will be disqualified, especially on the annual report, because we are awarding it per section. The first one, it was the annual report, meaning that the one that scored below, those are the company on 7.3.1, and those companies they are mentioned there. And thereafter, on the integrated plan and on the IDP, those ones are the ones that score below the minimum threshold, and the ones that score above the 70 threshold, and they are mentioned on page 21 on the annual report and also on the IDP. And therefore, as we can see, the following 4 bidders scored above 70 points on the annual report, and on the integrated on the IDP. Hello? On the IDP, there were only 3 that scored above the 70 points, meaning that on the annual report, then we are considering only 4 bidders that we populated the prices of only the 4 bidders that went through to the last stage, which is the functionality, which is bidder number 6, bidder number 18, bidder number 20, and bidder number 21. And on the integrated on the IDP, then we populated only the prices of the 3 bidders. I'm sure you're pressing the wrong button, eh? Who? Me?
No,
Yes,
you may proceed. We can
okay.
keep.
Okay, on the IDP, then there were 3 bidders that went through. It was bidder number 6, bidder number 18, and bidder number 20, and their prices are populated on that pricing schedule. But remember, we are saying that we are appointing this as a per section. There's a note that we've made on page 22, saying that bidder number 20, Black Moon Design and Advertising Limited, were disqualified for for item 8.2 IDP for not quoting the line item. On this, the bidder number 20, they only gave us the total amount. They only gave us the total amount, but they didn't give us the amount on the line item. But it was going to be very difficult if ever we'll consider them for 80/20. The reason being, if ever the department want to procure only a line item, it was going to be very difficult for department to procure, because they only gave us the total amount. They didn't even split the total amount into the line item. Then as a result, we disqualified this bidder number 20. As you can see on the 80/20, you will see that bidder number 20 will be disqualified on both annual report and IDP, because they only gave us the total amount. They didn't even indicate the line items. They only gave us the total amount. Then as a result, as you can see on the annual report, we having 3 companies, which is bidder number 18, bidder number 21, and bidder number 6 that went through for pricing. And on the IDP, there were only 2 bidders, because initially there were 3, including 20. And remember, on the annual report, initially there were 4, including 20, but because they gave us only the total amount, not indicating the line item, then we disqualified them based on that. And thereafter, you can see that on the annual report part, bidder number 18 will be recommended, and on the IDP, bidder number the very same bidder will also be recommended for the IDP. And we took the price schedule as according to what it is on the tender document of bidder number 8, and we populated it on the recommendation. Then the report is presented before this committee for further deliberation. Thank you.
Someone muted me. Thanks, Rahaba. Members, your comments on this item, please. House Minky.
Thank you, Chair. No comment from my side. Just a question of clarity. So, are we appointing one service provider in different types of what do you call this, Rahaba?
The annual report and the IDP.
In the IDP. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Azvarusha.
Chair, I'm covered.
Thank you, Member Mpefu.
Chair, I'm covered as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any reason why they didn't use the CME tender? Like we've seen other departments using CME for branding and printing, out of interest. Justice, would you know?
No, Chair. When they came beginning of this month with the pressure, we advised same, and they were like, no, they would prefer to have the tender finalized because it was already advanced.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. So, colleagues, as recommended.
As recommended, Chair.
As recommended.
Recommended, Chair.
Thank you, Portia. Back to you.
Chairperson will be doing item 2.8, the one that I emailed to the members.
Members, have you read through the item?
The item reads, request for...
Just a second, members. Are you happy to go through the item for 5 minutes to just read through it?
Yes, please, Chair. I haven't gone through it.
Yeah, just 5 minutes, Portia, for the members to go through the item, and then we'll introduce it.
Okay, Chair.
Portia, you know, I missed 12.1. It's very urgent. Now we must do it after the water and sanitation one.
Okay, Chair.
Colleagues, let's proceed. Portia, please introduce.
Chairperson, item 2.8 reads, request for extension of contract validity on e-procurement contract RTD 01 2016-2017 for the construction of water reticulation for metered yard connections, including bulk water pipes in Mamelodi Extension 11. Chairperson, thank you. The item is tabled.
Group Head.
Chair, thank you very much. And thanks for your understanding and for allowing us the opportunity. Chair Refilwe, I'm going to ask Refilwe to present. I hope she's still here. She said that. No, she had mentioned that she feels a bit intimidated. Not sure by who, but maybe we can discuss after the report. But I see she's still here. Please continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. The report is for the extension of contract validity period on e-procurement for RTD 01 2016-17 for the construction of water reticulation and metered yard connections, including bulk water pipelines in Mamelodi Extension 11. The extension of time that is requested on this contract is from the 25th of June 2022 to 5th of August 2022. And this is because of community disruption and delayed payments. And further to this date, we are also requesting extension of time from 5th of August to 5th of April 2022 to allow the application of penalties. And in terms of project background, the contractor was appointed on the 7th of May 2019 for a contract duration of 36 months at a contract price of 143,475,981.84 cents. The scope of works includes the construction of water reticulation pipes, metered yard connections, construction of bulk water pipes, and construction of valve chambers. Under discussion, the contractor has encountered various challenges throughout the duration of the contract. The first challenge being the encroachment. The pipe was encroaching on various properties, and it sort of delayed the contractor by 2 months, but because there was no formal extension of time requested, this delay was not considered. And then the second, insurance. On the permit, the delay was because of the contractor. They had issues with letter of good standing. And then on the insurance side, they have signed the declaration forms. However, there were delays in terms of confirming the insurance by the city, but the contractor has not followed the proper claim procedure in terms of the general conditions of contract. So their claim was rejected by the engineer. The other claim was on the lead material, which delayed the contractor by 6 weeks. They had issues with funding and had to enter into a session. But again, on the lead material, there was no formal extension of time requested. So this delay was also not considered. The delays which were considered on the contract, it was the COVID delays which affected construction by 35 days. A BAC report was presented, and the extension of time was moved from the 21st May 2022 to 25 June 2022. And then the second delay was on the community unrest, which resulted in 7 days extension of time, and the suspension of works due to delayed payment, which led to 24 days extension of time. So in total, there was a claim of 31 days, which the engineer has supported, and it has moved a completion period from 25 June 2022 to 5 August 2022. The progress currently is sitting at 62%. There is 38% of work still to be done, and we can see that by the 5th of August, the project would not be completed, it would be around 75%. So we are therefore recommending that further 180 days be granted and the completion period be revised to from 5 August to 5 April 2023 to allow the application of penalties. And in the process, the department will enforce the provision of general conditions of contract, and the budget will be managed within the approved cost center and jail account. The report is tabled, Chairperson.
Thank you. Members, your comments, please. Member Mpefu.
Chair, I'm covered. Thank you.
Thanks, Verusha.
Thanks, Chair. I might not be understanding it, but that's purely because I'm not an expert in the field. I just why do you do it separately for the motivation until August and then a separate motivation in terms of the penalties for the next year, which is 2023? Why is it not adequate to just do it once? So why do you have to motivate for the penalties in terms of the time extension? It's just an operational question, Chair. I don't have any issue with the report itself.
Thank you. Minky.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing from my side. Anything that has no financial implications, Chair, for me, it's super. Thanks.
Thank you, Refile.
The penalties and the combined motivation. If we don't request for extension of contract validity, it means by the 5th of August 2022, e-procurement would not allow, or the supply chain system would not allow us to proceed with the contract and will not be able to facilitate the payments.
And on the extension, because I thought you would have spoken to the fact that the extension to August is supported by the engineer. I don't know about the penalties side, if it would have gone through a similar process. And I guess the different provisions within GCC.
Yes.
Yes,
Chair, if I may, Chair, yeah, I must say that I enjoyed the question from Verusha. It's a good, I like the question, Chair. So, in terms of the contract, the engineer has made a ruling, motivated for the extension up to August. But when it comes to the contract itself, there has to be motivation for, as we know, for extension of time. And in this case, the engineer, there is no technical motivation from the engineer side. That is why there is no, the engineer cannot motivate in terms of the contract itself or pull a clause. I think what Refilo is indicating that if we don't ask for the extension, the contract is going to lapse. Then you cannot, I think, and we've had this discussion with a BAC chair, it remains a very interesting discussion where, and I understand we've got e-procurement and it has to have a contract end date. So when you have that and you get to that date, but what e-procurement does not do, it doesn't allow for levying or of the penalties. It doesn't, because according to e-procurement, when you get to that date, the contract lapses. But from the engineer side, in terms of the contract, if it gets to the August date and they are not done, then the engineer institutes penalties. So what we are just trying to do is an internal process with e-procurement in place to say that whilst the engineer will be levying the penalties internally, we will have a problem if we don't work on the date of the e-procurement. So basically, like Refilo is saying, is just to just adjust the date of the e-procurement and to keep the contract active so that we are able to levy the penalties. The engineer cannot give extension of time because when you do that, then you cannot levy the penalties because the completion date would have been extended. That is why you will never get an extension from the engineer. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Marusha.
I'm fine. I'm covered. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So we adopt the recommendation. So extension of time up to August, ne?
No, Chair, please. It's up to, okay, maybe let me wait for Chair to finish. Sorry.
So it's an extension of time up to the 5th of August. And then the penalty period up to 5 April 2023 should the contract not be completed by 5th August. So we are on the same page, Group Head.
Yes, thank
because
you.
the other one is not an extension of time. It's a penalty period in essence. But we have to have the contract active on our contract management system.
Chair, if I may, please, in the past, it has been recorded as an extension of time. Because my fear is when the AG comes, they will ask for where's the extension of time up to next year. Maybe my request is that we record it as an extension of time to allow to keep the contract active or valid so that the penalties can be instituted.
No, I'm comfortable the way the recommendation is written. I'm just saying for the bidder, it does not allow them an additional time to work under normal circumstances.
Yes,
That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
As recommended, colleagues.
As recommended, Chair.
Chair.
Yeah. Portia, our next item.
Chairperson, our next item is from Shared Services and it's item 12.1. It reads report to request approval for the implementation of session of category A and category C vehicles of tender CB 54 2013 to ABSA Vehicle Management Solution. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Karabo, your introduction and declaration.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by declaring my name is Karabo Morake from Shared Services. I hereby declare that I do not have any interest in the matter before this committee, and I will abide by the rules of the committee.
Just a confirmation of the delegations.
Chairperson, I've just been requested by the group head to present the item, He's currently busy preparing the delegation letter that will come through shortly.
It did indicate to me, so to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The report before the committee is
Chair,
for.
apologies.
Yes, Member Mpefu.
I'm running out of battery. I have challenges with the city's network. I'm using my phone. I'm just saying in case I get logged off the meeting, that will be the end of me. Thank you, Chair.
Do you want Karabo to organize a charger or network?
Anything that can help, Chair, in charging my phone.
Proceed, Karabo.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, with this report, the report before the committee here, we're requesting approval for the implementation of session of Category A and Category C vehicles of tender CB 54 of 2013, which was awarded to Miponi Fleet, that it be ceded to ABSA Vehicle Management Solution, which is ABSA VMS. The city received a request from ABSA VMS, whereby ABSA was asking the city to implement the session that was agreed upon between Miponi and ABSA VMS. So the city currently have a contract that is running, which is CB 54 of 2013. That is the contract for the leasing of vehicles and fleet-related services, which was awarded for a period of 5 years. So during the implementation of this contract, according to also to the evidence received from ABSA, was that ABSA and Miponi Fleet agreed on a session whereby there were conditions stated as part of the session agreement that if Miponi was supposed to fulfill certain obligations with regards to the session, and if Miponi doesn't fulfill those obligations, then the contract will be ceded to ABSA VMS, which is the owners of the vehicles. So all the agreements between Miponi and ABSA VMS have been attached together with the report. And in here, we're just requesting BAC approval to implement what ABSA and Miponi has already agreed upon. That's the report, Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, your comments on the report, Member Mpefu, before you jump off.
Chair, I just wanted to check the policy first in terms of session when we are sitting the contract. So just give me a minute. I'll allow other members to comment. I just want to check something.
Okay, Osminki. Oh. Osminki.
Chair, sorry, I'm trying to multitask with my colleagues in the department. I'm going down. I'm just trying to finalize this report. Chair, the session agreement that we are intending to enter into, are the parties in agreement?
Yes, but it was subject to a suspensive condition.
Because it also involves the bank, Chair, I don't have any problem with that.
Barusha?
Thanks, Chair. My question was also going to be on the session, because if I looked at the annexure to the session, My understanding is the session is a tripartite agreement. It's not between two parties alone. So the city had to be a member of that agreement, and the session agreement that's attached, we are not a member. It's just between the two parties. So I'm surprised that legal didn't comment on that. I also needed clarity in terms of the delegation of the session, where the session agreements go to council or if it's something that is reserved for the accounting officer. I did have a look at the comments, but I would have appreciated if legislation was quoted to give us guidance on the session agreement. Also, the amounts of the contract and the implications financially have not been detailed in the report, which doesn't indicate to us how they are going to, or what amount is actually being ceded. So what's the value of the contract at present? And I think the last question is the issue of the suspensive conditions and what the time periods are for them to be met. Because if it's a suspensive condition, it's not approved until those conditions are then fulfilled. So just some detail in that aspect. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Member Mpefu, are you ready, or can we get comments from the department so long?
Yes, no, Chair, I'm covered. I wanted to confirm the clause or section quoted. So, Chair, I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Karabo.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, Chairperson, our view on the report is that both parties have already agreed on the session. However, as one of the conditions was that the city will have to also agree or to the session. Hence, the report is brought forward to the BAC for BAC to allow for the implementation of what has already been agreed to by both parties, being Miponi Fleet as well as ABSA VMS. Chair, I'm not sure what other questions were raised.
I don't know if you'll be able to respond to the legal questions. And I guess if it's meant to be a tripartite agreement, then the city would, well, there would need to essentially be a new session agreement that makes provision for the city to also co-sign so that the agreement can then be complete. That's how I understand the comments from Verusha.
Yeah, I think on that one, legal might be able to advise on that one, Chair.
Yes, Chan, if you look at the comments of supply chain are actually saying that the time period has actually lapsed for this agreement. And if you look at their comments, they are indicating that they don't actually support the recommendation as it's not in compliance with the SCM policy. They're also indicating that various documents such as your MBD forms had to be submitted. But according to the submission of SCM, they're saying this contract has already lapsed. They're also saying that a company may obtain extra capacity for it, but not more than 40% on an agreed session to prevent promoting fronting. So I'm very uncertain in terms of the advice that we're getting both from SCM and legal. And I think, well, we have at least the fortunate advantage of having Tembeka and Minky on the platform to guide us further on that. Thanks, Chair.
Let's start with Tembeka. On what can be improved for the report to be compliant in terms of the policy.
Chair, my issue was, let me just, Okay. So my issue was the issue of the validity of the contract when I raised my hand. And yes, because the report lacks details in terms of values, so it will then therefore be difficult for us to quantify the 40% when you are sitting in terms of capacity. So, and I do take note of the fact that there are requirements that we needed to have complied with in terms of administrative compliance, but we just need to confirm, because you cannot see whatever that does not exist, not unless really the department is confirming that they continued with CP54 without having extended it. And maybe Karabo can help us first, and then we can find a way forward on how can we make sure that this submission is compliant, Chair. Thank you.
Karabo? Oh, wait, before Karabo comes. Or maybe, actually, yeah, respond and then we'll talk to the legal aspects.
Okay, thank you, Chair. With regards to the validity of the contract, the main agreement, the tender was signed in 2016. However, each and every vehicle has its own lease agreement starting from the date of delivery, that is as per the PPP agreement. So the tender was signed in 2016. However, most of the vehicles were delivered late 2016, 2017, and 2018. So there is a contract for each and every vehicle starting from the day of delivery, which will run for a period of 5 years. That is in line with the agreement, in line with the contract, Chair. So as I said, the main contract was signed April. However, vehicles were not delivered on that particular year. They were delivered later, and there is a contract for every vehicle that was delivered. So according to the contract, it is still valid since we are counting 5 years from the date of delivery, Chair.
So why have you not spoken to those specific contracts? Because then you would be ceding each and every contract linked to a vehicle that is still active, correct?
I just want to check here, somewhere in the report we made mention of. Okay, although we didn't, the report didn't go into detail on that, Chair, but on paragraph 3 under background, we stated that as per the PPP agreement, each vehicle has its own lease agreement. As such, expiry dates vary depending on the vehicle date, starting from 31st of August 2021. So basically, some of the vehicles, the contracts thereof, they started expiring from August 2021, and that will go until 2023, Chair, depending on the date of delivery.
No, that's not good enough, because even the recommendation must then be able to link the session amount, like Tembeka indicated, so that we are able to assess its compliance to the SCM policy. Osminki, advice from a legal point of view?
Thanks, Chair. My understanding of this matter is that, yes, indeed, there was a session agreement that was entered into because of, obviously, ABSA is a financial institution, and therefore, if the particular service provider who does not, or who will be unable to provide what is expected from them, obviously the city will have to be involved and pay them directly. But what System Becker has just indicated to is very much important, because for me, the report itself on its own did not include many details that would have assist us in finalizing the report. And like I always indicate, normally when legal services or supply chain provide legal or comments in relation to a report, you take into account what you are being provided with in relation to that particular report. So if ever maybe the report also contains that illustration from Karabo now, obviously probably the decision would have been easy for us to take.
Thanks. So, colleagues, let's refer the report back for the additional information so that we are able to recommend it correctly. So we'll need detail at a contract level in terms of which of those specific contracts are being seeded, and the amount that is then involved, so that as and when supply chain update their comments, they are able to link it back to what is provided for in the policy on the limits with regards to session. Members, you want to add any further amendments, areas to focus on?
Chair, just on the delegation, when it comes to approving a session, is it something that lies with the city manager, or is consent of council required? If we can just get confirmation on that.
I think the comments of legal and SCM would be able to deal with those issues. Ausminki, then Musa.
Thanks, Chair. Just to add on what I've said, Karabo, if you can also include the discussions that we had previously in relation to this matter, so that maybe the committee is aware of all the information that was provided in the meeting that we had initially in relation to this matter. That might also help the committee.
Okay, that is noted, Chair.
Musa? Musa, we can't hear you. Musa? Unless if I'm the only one.
No, Chair, I can't hear him either.
Maybe he's not saying anything. Okay, Musa, we can't hear you. I don't know how. Okay, he's dropped off. All right. So we'll refer the item back. Pusha, let's go back to the agenda.
Okay, Chairperson, we're going to item 2.1. Which reads HHS 01 2018-2019, appointment of a service provider for environmental consulting firm to render services of wetland specialist in ensuring compliance with Section 28(4) of the National Environment Management Act 1998 and services related to the compliance in terms of Section 21 of the National Water Act 1998 period of 15 months and commencement date. Chairperson, thank you. The item is tabled.
Thank you. Who's taking us through? Colleagues, who's taking us through item 2.1? There's not a presentation. We defer. Let's move.
Yeah. Item 2.2, Chairperson. Appointment of a professional service for a professional civil engineering for the compilation of a business case submission for the project appraisal process as required by Infrastructure South Africa ISA for the Sunderland Regis wastewater treatment work, Rooiwal, Vivianspoor, and the Ridgely water treatment plant. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Thank you. Who's taking us through? Is there anyone here for item 2?
Chairperson, I think it's
No one, Chair.
Kosha, you say you think it's?
I think the department thought we were going to discuss the agent items only, so they left. But then Refilo is joining now. We can't discuss.
If they're not here, then let's move to the department that is here. Which department is here?
Group properties here, Chair.
Okay.
Let's do group property then.
Chair, sorry.
Yeah. 2.3.
Chair David Nze from Water and Sanitation. I am here for 2.3 and the rest of the water and sanitation items. Thanks, Chair.
We've been calling for water and sanitation.
No, you're talking about 2.1 and 2.2.
And then I asked Toro, who's here for the whole of item 2?
It's me.
And it
me
was
and
dead quiet.
It's me and David Nsoe.
Yeah,
But you guys
I don't
were
know
dead quiet.
Sorry about Chair, but I don't know anything about 2.1 and 2.2. That's why I was quiet. Sorry about that.
Okay, let's do 2.3. We've deferred 2.1 and 2.2, and we're not going to go back to them today.
2.3, Chairperson reads USDWS 06 2021-2022 is a further report. Tender for the appointment of a contractor for repair and maintenance of belt filter presses and linear belt gravity sludge thickener at Rooiwal, Sunderland Ridge, Zikugard, Enkangala, and Timber Waste water treatment works as and when required for a 3-year period. Chairperson, the item is tabled. Thank you.
Me.
Proceed, Rahaba.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and thanks once again. The item that I'm presenting is USDWS 06 of 2021-2022. I'm presenting this item for the second time before this committee because it was referred back, and I think the only thing that I can mention is that if you look at page 2, it shows that the tender is still valid until the 29th of August 2022. And I'll want the members to go to page 19 to see why this item was referred back. Page 19 of the report.
Just go through the reasons for the record.
Okay. On page 19 of the report, it says that during the discussion of the item by the Bid Adjudication Committee on the 18th of March, 2022, the committee noted the trend on the MBD4 disqualification that 11 bids were received and 8 were disqualified because of MBD4. The committee agreed to refer the report back to SCM Director Acquisition together with the Bid Evaluation Committee for them to verify, to verify of the disqualification. If the status is the same, resubmit for a cancellation. If not, submit a re-evaluated report for consideration by the Bid Adjudication Committee. Remember, the first time I presented it, I presented it as a cancellation, and our response as a BEC, we said on the 31st of March 2022, and we look at all the disqualification of bidders together with the SCM Director Acquisition. If the disqualification was a true reflection on the previous report submitted, and yes, indeed, on the MBD4's disqualification, it was proven to be correct, see Annex K, but on the disqualification of employee of the state of bidder number 6, which is Creative Mining and Engineering Services, it was proven that disqualification was incorrect. Annex L of the CSD report is attached, and the agreement between the SCMA Director Acquisition and the committee was that bidder number 6, Creative Mining and Engineering Services, CC, be evaluated on mandatory and functionality. The BEC then decided to evaluate the bidder because he was wrongly disqualified. Then we did the mandatory on this bidder, which is Creative Mining. Then we found that on the mandatory part, this bidder was compliant on all the mandatory requirement. And thereafter, then we did the functionality on this same bidder. And remember, the minimum threshold of this, it was 70 points. Then we after doing the scoring on this bidder number 6, bidder he scored above the minimum threshold of 70, and as a result, this bidder qualified to go to the last stage, which is the price and the BEE. As you can see on the next page, we populated the price of this service provider, which is bidder number 6, and thereafter, this bidder number 6 is the one recommended for this bid, and the report is presented before this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahaba. Members, the report is tabled for your comments. Member Mpefu. Okay, experiencing sound issues. Varusha.
Chair, I don't have any comments.
Osminki.
I'm covered, Chair. No comments from me.
Thank you. And as recommended, the EC must be more thorough going forward.
Thank you.
Our next item, please.
Item 2.4, Chairperson reads USDWS 07-2021-2022, tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of cationic polyol blends and for as a Chairperson required Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Is it you, Rahaba?
Yes, Chair.
We've missed you in this committee, actually.
Yes, I had a problem at home, but now I'm fine.
Welcome back.
Okay,
Proceed.
thank you. All right, okay. The item that I'm presenting is VSTWS 07 of 2021-2022. I won't even read the description because the words there, hey, I can't even read them. And it's the duration of this contract is for 3 years, and I'm presenting it for the first time before this committee, which is the Bid Adjudication Committee. And I'll go to the second page, which is which says the specification was approved on the 20th of 11/2020. Advertised the 27th of 10/2021, and the briefing session, there was no a briefing session held on this tender, and the bid closed on the 3rd of December 2021. The official responsible is David Nsowe, and the acquisition official on this side is Jackie Van Roy, and those are the bid committee members as appointed by the acting accounting officer. And we received 25 response from the public, and the bid is still valid because it will expire on the 29th of July 2022. And the only things that I want to take to the members to page 6 of the report on how did we evaluate this tender. Page 6 of the report, was it 6? I'm not sure whether my page numbers. Yeah, page 6 of the report, it says the stages of evaluation, it says administrative compliance, and the second one is mandatory requirement, and the third one is bench scale test result, and the fourth one is the preference point system. Maybe I forgot to mention that before the bid can close, the bidder, they were requested to submit the sample to the department so that the department can take those samples for lab testing. And failure for a service provider not to submit those samples, then it will lead into a bidder being disqualified. And then on page 9 of the report, it shows all the 25 bidders that responded to this bid, and those are their bidder number together with their bidder names. And thereafter, and it shows that how the ones that submitted the sample, as you can see, bidder number 1 did submit the sample, but as you can see on that at the bottom of page 10, it shows that bidder number 2, he didn't submit the sample, and bidder number 3, 4, bidder number 5 didn't submit the sample, meaning that that is the report that we got from the department showing us. Remember, they were submitting direct to the department. So the one that says submitted sample, it shows that they've submitted. If ever you see the numbering there on the bidder numbers, that doesn't appear there. So it means that the bidder didn't submit the sample at all. And thereafter, it shows that the bidders that didn't submit the sample is the 3 bidders, which is bidder number 2, bidder number 5, and bidder number 22. And as a result, this bidder will not be considered for any of the items on this tender. And thereafter, we continue doing the pre-compliance. On the pre-compliance part is that we did the usual way of checking whether the bidder is registered on the CST and whether is there any restricted supplier or any state employee. And upon us doing that, we found that all of them, they did comply on the pre-compliance. And thereafter, then we did the stage 1 of this, which is the administrative compliance. On the administrative compliance, then remember that in total there were 25 that responded to this bid, and 3 of them they were disqualified for non-submission of the sample, because failure for a service provider not to submit a sample, then it will lead into a disqualification. Then we're left only with 22 bidders that were evaluated for administrative compliance. And as you can see, those are the 23 bidders that we did the administrative compliance. And upon us doing that, we found that there were 8 bidders that they didn't declare on MBD 4 3.14, saying that they're having interest they are involved in other companies. Then as a result, these bidders were disqualified for for further evaluation. And these are declarations that are non-disqualification, meaning that you can see on point 8, those are the bidders that declared saying that they are involved in other companies on MBD 4 3.14, and therefore these bidders were not even disqualified. And thereafter, as you can see that those are failure to submit, and thereafter then we move to the mandatory requirement. On the mandatory requirement, we did the mandatory requirement on all those remaining service providers. Then upon us doing that, as you can see, there are 3 service providers that didn't meet the minimum requirement on the mandatory requirement, which is bidder number 18, bidder number 19, and bidder number 24. And as a result, this bidder they'll be disqualified for further evaluation. And thereafter, then we check. Remember, the department, they did the sampling on everybody, irrespective of whether the person has been disqualified on admin or not. Then we found then they gave us the bench scale results, saying that on the, as you can see on stage 3, it shows that Medicam International, whatever, they bidded the recommended site. The one that they are recommending the site for is the according to their sample submitted is Rival, Zuhat, Ekangala, Temba water waste treatment, and as you can see, it goes down like that. And thereafter, as you can see, the other one, because it was divided into is it in emulsion and the powder, and the other one, I think it was a cationic. And thereafter, we found that then we had the remaining ones that the remaining bidders that they submitted the sample, and their sample they did comply. The ones that they were not even disqualified on mandatory and even on admin, then we populated all their prices on the report. As you can see from page 22, it shows all the remaining ones that we populated the prices on the report, and until page, I think it's until page 32. Then after that, members, we are so confused in a sense that because as you can see that the pricing schedule that was issued to the bidder, it shows the total price. We thought that at first we did the recommendation based on the total price, but only to find that the department they've advised saying that no, we are appointing a per water treatment. So like that, if ever you can see the price, wow, take one of the pricing schedule on the powder, that they are saying that we should recommend the price like the powder, the one for Royval. You can see it's a price per. Let me check this. If ever you see if ever you're looking at one of the pricing schedule, it says powder is divided into 2 water treatment, which is Royval and Sunderland Ridge. And remember, they were just doing the testing based on the different water treatment. So the only thing is that we took the one that qualified for Royval. Then after that, we did the 90-10 on the powder. Then we took the one that qualified, that their sample qualified for Sunderland Ridge. Then we did the 90-10. Then we did the same thing as emulsion. The emulsion, as you can see, emulsion is divided into 5. Is divided into Royval, Zugat, and Ekangala and Temba. Then we did each of the water treatment, we did the 90-10. Then after that, there was a cationic polyelectrolytes, and it was divided into 4, which is Temba, red blood, red flay, and red flay. But on the cationic polyelectrolytes, we discovered that red flay, it appears twice. So now we invited the department just to come and advise as to why this on the cationic polyelectrolytes red flay appeared twice, but they indicated that it was a typo error. I think the time the the bid went on the specification. They said the other one should be the Bronkhorstspruit part and the other one should be the Rietvlei part. But remember, we couldn't even amend the specification, but they told us that upon award of this contract, they'll be able to know to say that point number 3 on the Catholic polyelectrolytes, it should be for Bronkhorstspruit, and the fourth one should be for Rietvlei. And thereafter, members, as you can see on the price of acceptable bidders, we said the powder, because powder was divided into two, which was the Royval. Then we took the samples that qualified for that met the city requirement, and out of them, I think there were quite few. They start with a bidder number 15. Sorry. They start with bidder number 15 until bidder number 16, and then after that we did the 9010 on this powder for Royval water treatment, and thereafter there was the other one for Sunderland water treatment, and the powder one. Then we took even the ones that the department indicated that the powder met the city requirement, and as a result we did the 9010 based on that. And as you can see, those are the prices that each companies they did offer. And as you can see on the powder part, we can see that the highest on price, the highest on points and lowest on price, it's the same company on the powder on Royval and on Sunderland. Then it should be it is bidder number 15, which is Futaki Trading Enterprise CC. And on the emulsion part, on the Royval part, then we found that the highest on price on the Royval on the emulsion, it is also bidder number 15 again, and on the other side, which is Zuhat, the lowest on price and the highest on price and lowest on price is on emulsion, it's bidder number 7, and on the emulsion on Nkangala side, then it's the on emulsion also the highest on price and lowest on price is bidder number 7, and on timber on emulsion is the same company, and which is timber, and on the Catholic because Catholic was divided into 4. It was divided into timber, Roodeplaat, and Roodeplaat, Rietvlei, and Rietvlei. We wrote it the way it is to Rietvlei, but the department indicated that the other one should be for Bronkhorstspruit. Then all the Catholic, they went to bidder number 1 because according to this, they were the highest on point and lowest on price. And the bid is presented before this committee for further deliberation. Thank you.
Baba, thank you. Please clarify for me, so the BEC's involvement or supply chain's involvement in the sample testing that was done by the department, because it obviously affects the evaluation of these tenders. So what was the BEC's involvement in that?
No, the only thing is that, as I've indicated, I said the samples were delivered direct to the department, and thereafter, David and Zoe, they did send us the sample results this side, and they indicated that the one that they highlighted in green are the ones that they meet the city requirements. Then as a result, those one highlighted in green, they are the ones that they must go for pricing, and that's what we did. And the ones that they didn't highlight in green, so it means that they didn't meet the city requirements, and as a result, they were disqualified. Thank you.
Justice, can you advise? Because basically the BEC is saying they do not have sight or even supervision of what the department has done, which affects the evaluation on this bid.
Yeah, actually, it is a problem because the report is a report of the
BEC, the BEC needs to speak to the sample that was submitted. Unless they say they have accepted the outcomes that were submitted to them. So they need to express themselves in relation to that. But the ideal thing would have been for them, or at least a delegate, to be involved in the testing. Chair.
Ahaba, clarify, please.
Yeah, that one, we are not even involved at all. That is why we invited David and Zoe together with the Lisiba team and interpret the result for us at the community level, of which we invited them formally and they came there just to interpret the result for us, because they were saying that the ones that remember, this is it's a specialized field of the one that they said if ever the sample says 0 point something whatever, then I think David will just elaborate more, because I'm not an expert when it coming to water. I'm sorry for that.
It's not an issue about the
Oh yes, no, I understand.
It's about the
yes.
level of control and
yes,
oversight that the BEC would have had in the process.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, it's a BEC report. So maybe let me ask it differently. What level of comfort do you have in terms of the process that was followed by the department in accepting samples from departments, evaluating, and ensuring that the process is competitive, fair in terms of the SCM policy?
I think the level of comfort, I can say I don't have any doubt with the level of comfort. As we can see, even my committee is comprised of all the water experts, and they understand this water chemicals far better than I do. And if ever my committee, especially the 4 of them, they are from water. I'm only the only person that coming from supply chain, so I didn't give a benefit of the doubt if ever the department came and explained to us whatever the results were. But yes, I agree that we could have just involved one of our members, maybe to be part of to witness the testing of these samples, but of which it was an oversight on our part, because we didn't witness that. Thank you.
So none of the members were part of the process?
No.
Members of the BAC, the report is tabled. Your comments, please. Minky?
Thanks, Chair. This is one of the technical reports I've ever had. I do not have any comment, Chair.
Verusha?
Thanks, Chair. I don't have any additional comments.
Member Mpefu?
Chair, I think the only problem with the process followed, Chair, is the fact that the spec obviously did require the department to do the bench scale testing. But I think it lost its objectivity when the scientist was requesting that there must be a submission of a sample register that has details of the tenderers. Because when we submit samples or anything for testing, we will then not disclose the name of the bidders because we want it to be objective. We are not saying they will do things not according to the book, but we're just guarding against that. And this particular spec required them to write the name of the tenderer and all those things, which was not in line with the fairness of the whole process. And usually with the BEC will then hand over, they will test. If it's something that you can observe, you are allowed to go and observe that particular process. I'm not sure in terms of chemicals, how is that handled? But I think my only concern is the fact that the requirement of the spec needed full disclosure of the bidders, which is so not fair for the competitive bidding process. Other than that, Chair, I do not have any other comments. Thank you.
So what impact does that have on the bid itself? And I guess if we go back to the impact that the sample testing had on bidders being disqualified, so that we assess the level of
I think, Chair, for this one, maybe we can just treat it as one of the what do you call it, study case, but we can maybe proceed with it and take note of the fact that we are uncomfortable with the fact that the testing process was not entirely fair, but we do not have any reasons or to say it was not. It is just our opinion that if it was done in a manner that it does not require full disclosure, it could have been regarded as a very fair and objective process, Chair. I understand that some of the bidders were disqualified in this process, and we could link it to the fact that they knew whose samples they were testing, if they had other ulterior motives. We are not saying they had, but if you do not know, you've just labeled the samples number 1 to 15, but in SAM side, they will know bidder number 1 is so and so, but people who are testing, they wouldn't know. We would then consider the process fair and objective, Chair.
Yeah, so I guess it's a learning opportunity. I mean, samples must then be submitted to supply chain, or if they go straight to the department, then they must be accepted by the department and supply chain, so that, well, I don't know, so that we minimize the issues of the identity of the prospective bidder in the sample, so that it becomes more objective. So it's a learning curve for supply chain. I think we must get the message across to the demand management team so that we don't have such in the specifications going out. But I guess acquisition must also then keep an eye out when the evaluation process starts. With those amendments, colleagues, can we then accept the recommendation?
Yes.
Thank you. Push our next item.
Chairperson, item 2.5, WSU.
Chairperson, item 2.5, it's WS10. (2021-2022) tender for the appointment of a service provider to examine and perform testing of lifting tackles of City of Tshwane's wastewater treatment works. Chairperson, for 3-year period. The item is tabled.
Thank you. Who's taking us through?
It's me, Chair.
Proceed.
Thanks, Chair. This item is that I'm presenting now is USTWS 10 of 2021-2022. I'm presenting it as a cancellation. I know you won't be happy with whatever I'm doing. Why am I presenting it as a cancellation? Is that there was an oversight on an acquisition official not to extend the tender, then the tender lapsed. Then as a result, we are recommending a cancellation. Thank you.
So that's WS10, 21-22.
Yes.
So the tender lapsed, so we may not proceed with the tender.
Yes.
Can we therefore, in terms of the resolution, get the name of the official who allowed the tender to lapse, Rahaba?
It's Caroline Norki.
Yes, yes, thank you. Can we therefore recommend for cancellation, members? You? Chairperson, are you back? Yes, ma'am. Oh. Chair, I thought Chair had technical problems. Can we therefore recommend cancellation members and with a strict or a specific inclusion that Caroline Noche be disciplined with regards to this? And we're expecting a report back, Rahab, to this committee, because I think she reports directly to you or to whoever of what action has been taken in this matter, because we cannot have tenders being cancelled because they have lapsed. And I think members, I'm done, Portia, with regards to this resolution. I think also in future, we will then also look at looking at the decisions made by the BSCs that are leading to this cancellation and make sure that we take the appropriate action. And considering the fact that we had training for the committee, the BSC, this week, we are of the opinion that they are ready to be expected out of them. Thank you, Rahaba. Next item, Portia. Members, cancellation as recommended?
As recommended.
As recommended, Chair.
Thanks. Yes, Justice, your hand is raised.
Chair, just a note, I must apologize, on WS07, the previous one.
Yes.
One of the recommended bidders there, sorry, I lost track when you were discussing samples. Is it Mohajani or Mutagani? Chemworks is not tax compliant. I would imagine we would need to give them 7 days to comply.
Thank you, Justice. On WS7, 2021-22, Mutagani, not tax compliant, and 7 days is allowed for them to take care of their tax matters. Thank you. Next item, Rahaba.
The next item that I'm presenting is UST WS 14 of 2021-2022 is a tender for installation of liquid oxygen and nitrogen tanks and other equipment, as well as supply and delivery of logs and nitrogen gas at the Temba Water Treatment Works and Rudeblatt Water Treatment Works for a generation of ozone for a period of 3 years. I'm presenting this tender for the first time before this committee, and I'd like the committee members to go to the second page, which says the spec was approved on the 7th of July 2021, and the bid was advertised on the 27th of October 2021, and the bid closed on the 7th of December 2021, and there was no briefing session for this tender. And the official from the department is Sipho Matabani, and from our side is Mpoli Bukela, and those are the bid evaluation committee members as appointed by the acting accounting officer. And we received a 6th response from the public out of that, and the tender, it was extended and is still valid and until the 26th of August 2022. And members, I just want to take you to page 6 on how did we evaluate this tender. On page 6 of the report, it says that the bid will in 4 stages, namely admin compliance, mandatory requirement, functionality, and the preference point system. And thereafter, the minimum requirement on the functionality, we're looking for a 70% for 70 points. And if you go to page 11, it shows all the bidders that responded to this bid. Those are their names together with their bidder number. And thereafter, usually we are doing the pre-compliance is the same. We're checking as to whether the bidder is registered on CST, or we check whether there are no restricted supplier or any state employee. And upon us checking on that, none of them, they were disqualified, meaning that the 6 bidders, they qualified to go to the first phase, which is the administrative compliance, where we check the MBD4, MBD8, and MBD9. And upon us doing that, then we found that there were four bidders out of the 6, which is bidder number 2, 3, 4, and 3.5, that they didn't declare on MBD for 3.14, saying that they're involved in other companies. And as a result, these 4 bidders were disqualified for further evaluation. And thereafter, we are only left with only 2 bidders, and those two bidders, which is bidder number 1 and bidder number 6, then we did the mandatory requirement. Then upon us doing that, we found that bidder number 6, he didn't put any attachment on the ones that we needed on the mandatory requirement. And as a result, this bidder was disqualified on the mandatory. And there was only one bidder who complied with all of the mandatory requirement, which is bidder number 1. And thereafter, because this one is the only one that qualified, then we went into the functionality, of which on the functionality we were looking for a minimum points of 70 points. Then we scored the bidder. Then unfortunately the bidder scored above the 70 points, and as a result, this bidder qualified to the last stage, which is the price and the BEE. And thereafter, as you can see, we populated the price of this bidder, which is bidder number 1. And as you can see, and this bidder number 1 is the one that is recommended for this bid. Thank you. The bid is presented before this committee for further deliberation.
Thanks, Rahaba.
Thank you.
Members, your comments? Member Mpefu? Member Motsewa?
No comment, Chair.
Zarusha?
No comments, Chair.
Thanks, Member Mpefu. No comment. Thanks, as recommended. Colleagues, have just been made aware there's another urgent item that we missed. Justice GFSO 2.
Chair, before that, let's just note that on this very item we just finished, the bidder needs 7 days to update tax matters. The recommended.
So it's not tax compliant.
Yeah.
So let's send it back for tax compliance. I hate subject twos. And then Portia, let's do GFS2, please. There's a tax matter that must serve today that was here previously.
Okay, Chairperson. Item GFS02 is 8.1, and it reads: tender for the appointment of a service provider contracted to perform delivery of final demands, disconnection, reconnections, and inspection of electricity and water services for the city of Tshwane even when required for a period of 3 years. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Thank you. This was referred to SCM for tax compliance previously. Justice?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Yes, we indeed wrote bidders, gave them 7 days to comply as per the recommendation of the BAC. Most of them did respond and complied. However, there were those that did not respond, and those related to recommendation to section 2 for water. So we needed to bring back that matter to BAC just to say that we have had about 4 service providers that did not comply with the request. So I would imagine the next course would be to reconsider their recommendation, because they remained tax compliant outside the 7 days that they were given. Chair?
Yes. There was also a memo that I saw from the Office of the CM. Are you going to speak to that?
Yeah, Chair, the memo that we received was requesting that, which is requesting that the BAC consider lifting the cap in terms of the 44 service providers that were recommended, and they were requesting that because of the cash flow and challenges in the city, and they need to increase revenue. They wanted BAC to reconsider the numbers so that all those bidders who made it through functionality and were on the recommendation list be considered as additional appointments. So that's basically the summary, the gist of what the memo was about, Chairperson.
Rahaba, mute, please. Thank you, Justice. So, I mean, that specific one would have to be considered by the BEC.
Chair.
I can't see hands, colleagues, so if you've got an issue, please do shout yes.
Chairperson, can we get this particular memo? I really don't understand how the Office of the City Manager functions. Because if there are issues relating to a tender that we had adjudicated, they would refer it back to the BAC through you, Chair. Not unless this is a separate request from the department to the accounting office, and then our accounting officer will then respond back in whatever fashion. We do not have sight of this. Can justice flight it, Chair?
Yes, Chair. I'm trying to get to it. I still don't have the signed memo from the CM, but at least I saw an email of it.
Okay. No, we happy, Chair, to receive it whenever it's available for the BAC to look at and interrogate and see whether there's merit in whatever that is being brought forward to the BAC, Chair. Maybe we should look at the issue of the bidders that are still not tax compliant, so that gets to be processed. Or, Chair, you are of the view that this whole process must go back and it will come back after the whole memo has been attended to, Chair. Apologies to take over your meeting.
No, you have all rights. You have all rights. No, the thing is, I had sight of, or at least in conversations with the accounting officer, so I was of the view, understanding that the signed copy was shared with Secretariat, so it can be attached. And I mean, if ever BAC was to consider that request, it would require BEC to look at the implications of such and bring back a recommendation to the BAC. So my proposal was for it to go back to BEC, for BEC to look at the request in terms of the spec, and obviously the department would then formally submit that motivation in the meeting, and then it can come back to us. Your views, members?
Member Befu's hand is up, Chair.
I can't see hands.
No, it's an old hand, Chair.
Oh.
Apologies.
So can we refer this whole thing to BEC to look at?
Yes, Chair.
I support, Chair.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, members. Sorry, Portia. We can go back.
Chairperson, item 2.6. Item 2.6.
We're done with 2.6.
Yes. Apologies, Chair. Item 3.1 is from Energy and Electricity. EED 38 2021-2022 tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of medium voltage insulators on an as and when required basis for a period of 3 years. Chairperson, that item is tabled.
Thank you. Who will take us through?
Chairperson is me, Enos.
Enos, Sandano Barakamutwan.
I'm not a nna ka ba boss ya ka se tsebo gore ke bereka tswana.
Proceed.
Can I take you through?
Yes, proceed, Enos.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Enos Ramonana, Chairperson of the BAC committee. I declare that I do not have any personal interest in any of the matter that will be discussed with the BAC. Chairperson, I just ran out of battery, but I'm using my telephone. Hopefully it's gonna help me. I'm here to present the tender from Energy Electricity Department, EET 38 2021-2022, tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of medium voltage insulators on SN1 required on the basis of the period of 3 years. If you go to the next page, Chairperson, you can see that the bid spec was approved on the 8th of September 2021. Advertising date is the 3rd of December 2021, closing 3rd of February 2022. There was no briefing session on the tender. We'll just go down there, Chairperson. We received about 74 bids for this tender, and then the tender has been extended twice, and now it's expiring on the 1st of August 2022. As a stock item under the GL stock ledger account 300,000. From the next page is the specification, Chairperson. Going down, if you go down to page 5, you will see the stages for evaluation. We've got pre-qualification and administrative compliance, technical compliance of the goods, sample evaluation, and the preferential coin system. From there, Chairperson, we can move to page 9, where we listed all the bids, 74 bids that bidded on time. And then from the next page, on item number 3 is a pre-qualification. This tender is earmarked for the EME or QSE. So when we're checking during evaluation, in terms of the compliance of EME or QSE, if you go to page number 14, you will see that there were 2 bidders that are on the CSD, they indicated general, of which is the Advanced Technologies and Atom bidder number 9, bidder number 58. They were indicated general means they are outside the box of the QSE and EME over 50 million. And then the next stage, Chairperson, is the pre-compliance in terms of the other normal issues like CSD restricted. That's what we check on the CSD. And then all bidders were registered on the CSD, Chairperson. The next one is regarding the tax matters, and then I will move to this point number 7, disqualification to non-attendance of briefing section. There was no briefing session, and then being state-owned, no bidders found to be directed be working in the state, and there was no restricted supplier. From there, we moved to item number 10, schedule for administration compliance, and then after doing that exercise, and not all bidders qualified to go to the next stage. We've got the following bidders that was disqualified based on administration, where we indicated the reason on the far right column. Bidder number 1, bidder number 6, bidder number 8, bidder number 10, bidder number 11, bidder number 12, bidder number 13, bidder number 14, bidder number 18, 19, 23, 40, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 33, 34, 38, 46, 47, 48, 50, 53, 54, 55, 56, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 65, 66, 67, 71, and 73. Those bidders were disqualified. The remaining 35 bidders went through to the next stage, of which the next stage on page number 24 is which is mandatory requirement. If you go and check back on the specification, you'll realize or under mandatory, there were 2 items there. The other one was Schedule A and B. The other one was test reports. So what we did, we first did the Schedule A and B compliance, and then the 6 bidders that did not make it on that first item of the mandatory, of which is bidder number 16, bidder number 17, bidder number 39, bidder number 41, bidder number 50, bidder number 64. They didn't make it. And on the next item, of which it was for the test, of which is on page number 27, there are just a little bit error. There is 10.4 is not supposed to be 10.4, it's supposed to be B, because the other one is A. This one is supposed to be B. We just put the 18 as per spec, and then there were 29 bidders that were scored on that item. And then the 21 bidders did not certify copies of their test report as the requirement by the specification for the good tested in accordance with the requirements of SANS 6383 from an accredited testing facility. So those bidders are bidder number 3, bidder number 4, 15, 21, or 20, 21, 22, 26, 30, 31, 35, 36, 37, 40, 43, 44, 45, 49, 57, 68, 70, 72. Then after that, we'll remain with 8 bidders. Bidder number 2, bidder 5, 7, 32, 42, 52, 69, and 74. And then the next stage, Chairperson, is the sample evaluation. This is where we requested the sample from all the bidders that went through. And then when we were doing the sample evaluation, we populated it on page number 31. And then you will see on the far out, in terms of the receival of the sample, there's one bidder that did not submit the sample, of which is bidder number 5, of which will get disqualified. And then the other bidders that submitted, they did comply with the specification, and then will be considered for further evaluation, of which the next stage, of which is the prices. And then from page 33, we captured the prices per item for all the 7 bidders that went through. And then if you go to 34 on the last, almost second before the last column, you will see that on the schedule of particulars and price of accepted bidders, we did the 90-10 there. Remember, we have to do this thing per item because the tender is awarded per item. And then we've got the highest point scorer is bidder number 69 on that item. The following item, of which is item number 2, the point scorer is bidder number 7. On the third item, the highest point scorer is bidder number 74. And then can move forward. This is the next item is the specification goals of acceptable bidders. We indicated that even what they use should have divided, and also the number of points that they accumulated from there. And on the another item number 16, you could see we indicated the name of the companies that are the highest point scorer with the CSD number and the registration number on that. Then from there, we'll move to item number 18, chairperson on page number 37. It's a recommendation that the tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of the medium voltage insulators as and when required for a basis of 3 years period be recommended to item number 1, bidder number 69, of which is called manufacturers. Item number 2, Nanazile Trading and Projects, of which is bidder number 7. Item number 3, Kangawetu Trading, of which is bidder number 74. We indicated even their prices that they bidded. All the recommendations are in accordance with the municipal specification and condition of the tender, and then the group head energy electricity manages the expenditure on the item. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Enos. Members, the report is tabled for your comments.
Chair, no issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Enos always has issues. I'm surprised it's Kanjan. Arusha?
Thanks, Chair. No issues from my side.
Okay. As recommended.
As recommended, Chair.
As recommended.
As recommended, Chair.
Chair, with a rider for tax compliance for 2 bidders, Kangawetu and Nanazil.
It must come back. There's no tax compliance, they must come back. We give them 7 days so that in the next BAC meeting, if they are not tax compliant, we can then recommend the next highest scoring bidder. For sure, the committee did not have any issues, so the only issues are tax compliance, and we'll refer it back for tax compliance for the bidders as indicated by supply chain. It's been brought to my attention that there are items of rock that are urgent that we missed when we prioritized the agenda. But if you can just indicate which items those are. The rest of the items agenda. Ali?
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and afternoon to the members of the committee. We would like to withdraw item 11.4, which is a report for the payment of outstanding invoices for as and when required for repairing of appurtenant works and the maintenance of sanitation infrastructure between July 2021 and October 2021 in Region 4, and only remain with the 11.1.20.3, which are items that are on the agenda for today. 3 items, if that pleases the committee, through you, Chair.
So the question was just on the urgency, because we did prioritize items on urgency, particularly where it's extensions of time and service delivery implications. So if you can just indicate so that we can, instead of continuing with the agenda, we can then prioritize your thoughts with that motivation.
Yes, through you, Chair, thanks for the indulgence. Yes, given the nature of what we do as the ROC, as you would know, we do three things: repairs, operations, and maintenance on essential services, which is your energy and electricity, water and sanitation. So in the main, the reports speak to those. And as you would also appreciate, we are already in the eye of the winter. So the service providers whose names appear on some of these reports are our current service providers on the grid, both energy and electricity from a low and medium voltage point of view, as well as from a public lighting point of view. So it is critically important that we finalize the reports as they bear a bearing on the continued supply of service by these service providers, especially during now winter, where we are having a lot of area outages, as well as the scourge of theft and vandalism, and finally the return to load shedding by ESCOM. As and when that happens, it has a ripple effect downstream our network. The same can be said about water and sanitation. It deals with all sorts of human rights issues, water especially, and sanitation, because some of these speak to the provision of water, and when we don't do that, we have made commitments to Human Rights Commission and communities. So the reports, as you can see them, they deal with, in the main, with largely those ROCs service delivery and in the essential service space. So with your indulgence, we would want, and they've been long outstanding owing to many challenges that the ROC has. One of them is the liquidity issue of the city, where we don't have money or budgets have been cut, but we have made arrangements to, with the savings that we've realized, given the time of the year, and we are able to honor some of these long outstanding invoices for the continued supply of services by these service providers. Thank you, Chair.
From the top, Tosha, with the ROC items.
Chairperson, item 11 reads, report to obtain approval from the acting city manager to dispense with the official procurement processes in terms of paragraph 36 1A, Roman figure 1 of the MFMA, supply chain management regulations for the emergency hiring of mobile drinking water tankers to provide potable water to the affected residents, businesses, and hospitals during repair of the Salvacop pipeline, 1,000 meters diameter, which based on 27 February 2020. Chairperson, the item is tabled.
Group it.
Chairperson, I'm not alone. I've got my two divisional heads. The first one will be taken by divisional head Putumoloto, and the second one by regional head Phil Matane, and the last one by regional head Leru Peshia. I'm here to support all the three of them. Thank you. Over to you, DH Moloto.
Okay, thanks, Kupet, and afternoon, Chair and members. Putumoloto. I just want to also declare that I've got no interest in any of the matters that will be presenting, or any other matter that is sitting presented to the committee. In terms of the report, as has been mentioned, this job was done in 2020. I just want to also put an upfront disclaimer that a lot of times I will be saying from a presenter, I'm just presenting is more of a hearsay than anything from my side. Is on the 27th of February 2020, I'm going to summarize. We had a burst pipe at Salvacop, and then Salvacop feeds almost a bigger part of the city, including hospitals on the other side of Sunnyside, Hatfield, and everywhere. And ordinarily, when the main water pipe burst, we shut down the water to all these areas. And for the duration of the repairs, there must be water tankers being provided. And then there were water tankers that were provided. And as mentioned in the report, an interdepartmental meeting chaired by the executive specialist in the office of the CM, there were decisions that were made about deployment of water tankers. And some water tankers, the 2 tenders were used, namely the old CSS 46 and the SDC T09, which was the then tender for the supply of water to the informal settlements. And this whole thing took more than 4 days for the outage of the water to be restored. And there were invoices that were split during the how can I put it, the repairs. There was a move that moved from from STT T009 to CSS 46. And then at the end of the day, the tenderers that were paid were only those that were from CSS 46. And then those that were hired from SDC T09, they were not paid. And then that is what this report seeks to request, that those tenderers, in the main, they are namely, there was 5 of them. There was Musale Sering, Busapi, PTR Supply, Exmo, and Aqua. Aqua has since been paid the invoices, and then the only 4 that are not paid is Musale Sering at 925,000, about Busapi Construction at about 1.1, PTR Supply at about 183,000, Exmo Transport at about 303. And the part of the delays was that there was a lot of reconciliation being done between the department and the CM's office, in this case, the section that is headed by the executive support in the office of the CM. And as per the recommendations, Chair, we are requesting that this be noted, and then the payments to the 4 service providers, as I've requested, as we have mentioned, be authorized and be approved for payment. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, members. Your comments, please. Councillor Keith.
Chair, I do not have any comments on this report.
Thanks, Member Mpefu.
No comments, Chair. Thank you.
Farusha.
Thanks, Chair. I acknowledge the submission from the department. I just want to obtain clarity if this is a regulation 36, because the costs are already, well, they're due, but they haven't been paid. Is this an ex post factor?
I'm presenting it on my item now. I'll call you. I might be AC. I'll call it back, Chair.
Yeah, is this an ex post factor, or is this actually a report that is the regulation 36? Because if it's a regulation 36, it would have needed some sort of proof for the pre-approval from the acting city manager. Other than that, Chairperson, the comments from the departments also support the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Ntate Moloto.
Maybe I can answer if he's struggling to join in. Thank you, Chairperson, for the question. It is definitely an ex post facto report and not Regulation 36, because we are talking about service providers that are on the cities panel and the service that was rendered. The only reason why we are coming now is as at the time of them rendering the service from the tenders, the panels that Puti referred to, which are tenders for supplying water tankers, which were coordinated, by the way, by the Office of the City Manager through Nava's office. Then the City Manager's office managed to only pay a particular number of service providers, excluding these 4. And we were then, as the ROC, made to find money to pay them. And as at the time of the service, there was no money. And as I indicated in my opening, we have had to make do and realize certain savings, and we are now coming here after the fact to honor the service that's already rendered in that sense. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So in that case, your normal recommendations on, yes, Stacey, on consequence management will follow with this.
Chair, I just needed, I need clarity when there's a requirement for the provision of water. I'm not sure I've read the report correctly, due to the pipe or pipe bursting. Wasn't there a decision taken to say they must then repair? Because remember, if it's an emergency, it will not necessarily follow the same process. Maybe through email, saying they must then go and repair. Then they must come back. Obviously, if you need to repair today, you can't bring a report today. But I understand the fact that there were issues of funding, so that's why it's coming a bit later. But I want to understand from the department, wasn't there an instruction from the higher office that required them to go and repair such the pipe, Chair, before we can conclude?
Group Head.
Once again, thank you, Chairperson, for your indulgence. DH, you are correct in the sense that the repair work itself would have followed the standard operating procedure, where that one form or two-page form where the accounting officer would have signed and would have gone to BAC. That was followed. And insofar, if your question relates to the contractor that did the repairs, yes, that was done and that was paid. Remember, this one is not about the one who did the repairs. That one was sorted, we came to the base. These are now the complementing service to the repairs. As the repairing company was doing the repairs, we needed to ensure continuous supply of water, as my DH mentioned, to all the hospitals in and around the Region 3 in Sunnyside and everywhere. So this was just provision of water through tankering services while the repair were happening up the Kopi there by next to the Gauteng station at Silvercorp. So this is not the service provider who did the actual repair on the pipe. This one implemented that service by providing continuous supply of water through the water tankers. Thank you, Chair.
So I guess maybe the additional clarity is with that approval that was given for the repair, was there no approval given for the water tankers to be out in that space?
I think the two issues are qualitatively different. The repair, as I understand the question from the DH, which question is well placed. The repair, remember, we did not have a service provider for repair of the kind of pipe we're talking about, which is a 1,000 millimeter diameter pipe and of HDPE. There is no service provider in the city. So from that point of view, we needed to deviate to appoint a service provider with the requisite skill to repair the pipe. But from a provision of water through tankers, we were not deviating because these are city service providers on the list of service providers that provide water tankers. So we just activated them through the executive intervention office of the city manager. But I think how the issue comes about, I think I'm repeating what I've said, that makes it ex post facto. They were brought in, they supplied the water until the repairs were done 3, 4, 6 weeks later. But the Region 3 did not have money in their account to pay the service providers. Neither did Nava have. He only had a portion and paid a few. So now that we have secured savings, we are coming back to say, after the fact, we need to pay these people that have rendered the service, that we are aware of, that were signed off. But there was no deviation, as in going out of the city without a valid tender. These ones are from the city suppliers. The one that did the repairs was then secured outside the normal supply chain management system because we don't have a panel of service provider for repairing clean water. Thank you.
I think it's clear. So there there was tenders approved. The only issue was payment because of budget issues.
Spot on, Chair.
It can be post facto. I don't know what to call it. Remember, Mpefu?
Yes, no, you're saying what I wanted to say, Chair. To say if the tenderers or bidders that could supply, and the only issue was the fact that we could not pay. So why is it an ex post facto or a regulation 36 as per the report? So I think it's a matter of activating or maybe we're saying now, because the funds are available, we cannot create POs. This is my assumption, Chair. Maybe because that tender or those service providers are no longer active because the tender is expired. So we need something to activate or to be able to use on a procurement department.
Okay, we stand advised by yourself, DH, and the CFO. I hear what you're saying. Suffice to say the following: one, that the transaction traverse financial years. This did not happen this financial year. So to the extent that from a completeness financial accounting point of view and disclosure in terms of our annual financial statement, this would have to be regional if there's still that possibility to the financial year where it occurred, which is certainly not this current financial year. That's the first point. Secondly, the point that the DH mentioned is that the list of service providers were gleaned from the panel of at the time where as the ROC were running a tender called rudimentary services, which had a panel, two panels, one provision of water through water takers, the other one through chemical toilets, if you remember. So this group came from the rudimentary service in respect of water tankers. So to the extent that there may be an overlap, remember in the main that tender supplies informal settlement, and from a technical description, you wouldn't say the area that they ended up supplying is necessarily informal. There are formal areas like Sunnyside and elsewhere. So to that extent, and there's the ROC, we needed to come and make sure that we don't appear to be hiding anything. We come and have a full disclosure to the BAC, and in particular to say we are paying something that occurred in a preceding financial year or years. From a financial reporting point of view and consequence management, we wanted to come and have a full disclosure before we could honor the payment. But we stand advised by the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Follow-ups, Member Mpefu?
No, Chair, I'm covered.
So members, we agree that this cannot be linked to regulation or section 32 and be a section regulation 36, at least in my little understanding of the regulations. Are we on the same page on that?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Chair.
I guess the issue, Chair, that is brought forward is how do we then get to process invoices or payments that relate to previous financial year, and maybe that's the advice that we should be able to give the department, Chair.
Yes, Sisi.
Chair, I just want maybe we then get to sit down and advise the department on how do we get to process invoices relating to work that was done from 2020 up until now. I'm not sure whether there was something done in 2022, but I guess the issue is the work that is being brought forward for payment does not just relate to one financial year, it also talks to other financial periods, even though the procurement might not have been irregular. So that we can regard it as Section 32 or the Regulation 36 as deviating. But how do you then make it possible for them to process this payment on the system? Thank you, Chair.
I propose we make a recommendation to the accounting officer to approve that they pay and ratify any possible breaches that could have happened in the process. Otherwise, we'll continue to have back and forth. I suspect that the item has been outstanding for so long, potentially because of back and forth and the department not knowing which correct direction to go. Your views, members?
Chair, I think that's a progressive way forward.
Chair, I also agree because it's for me it's more or less the same as what transpired in legal services, even though the effects are not the same.
So let's recommend to the city manager. Our next item. Thank you for a progressive BAC. I didn't hear any dissenting votes, so we are fine. Portia, let's move. Can you hear me, colleagues?
Yes, Chair, we can hear you.
Oh, Portia, can you hear me? I think Portia will have been.
Same here, Chair.
Chair, I think we're taking a break at 5, ne?
Break until what?
Until
7?
Until 6.
Okay. Portia, are you still here?
Chair, my apologies. I don't know what happened to my sound.
Oh, okay. But you've heard everything, no?
Yes, I did. I even heard you calling out.
Okay. Our next item. We are going to break at 5.
Chair, if we're breaking at 5, I'm not able to join after 6:30. So I've got a commitment at 6:30. So I'm not sure how far we're going to get with the agenda, but I am available from 5 to 6.
Okay. A progressive BAC. Let's push as much as we can, colleague.
Chairperson, we're going to go back to 3.2.
Let's do the other items of rock. We were told they are all critical.
Ghana, we withdrew. Item 11.4 was withdrawn, ne?
Yeah.
So we are on 11.2. Report for payment of outstanding invoices for as and when required for energy and electricity operations and maintenance for work done in Region 4.
Group head, that sounds like the one you wanted to withdraw. Or am I?
No. The one we're withdrawing was water and sanitation. This one is energy and electricity. The RH will present. Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed members of BAC and colleagues. My name is Philemon Matane. I'm the regional head for Region 4, declaring that I have no interest in the matters to be discussed and that I will abide by the rules, the regulations of supply chain, including the MFMA. Chair, before you is a report which seeks to secure the approval of the accounting officer to ratify ex post facto invoices in the energy and electricity sector in Region 4. 2 tenders are involved. E07, which is about maintenance of the electricity network. In other words, to put people power back. And then E06 about public lights, which includes street lights and all related activities under street lights. The period under review is the previous financial year. So we used service providers before we could receive the necessary. Then it is for the previous financial year, as I indicated, and that makes it an ex post facto. If you go to page 3 of 25, we're showing you the first 5 service providers for EE07, and they total 11.6 million. Then there is 4 service providers for EE06, and they total 7.6 million. A and B added together makes 19 million, finishing off with 90 cents at the end. So essentially, we are asking for the BAC to assist us to make a plea to the accounting officer for the payment of these invoices. We would have brought this much earlier during the year, but as you could see, the amount is quite heavy. We couldn't manage to pay this and render our services for the year, except now when we are able to still here and there and assist the region to pay off the service providers before we get into legal claims. Our team has taken time to confirm and validate the work that has been done. So we are happy in that regard because it happened in the previous financial year. So we are pleading for recommendation for payment of 19,301,864.90. I think, Chair, let me pause there because I think I have summarized the report. Thanks.
Thank you. Members, your comments on the request from the department. Barisha?
Chair, the department, so Group Legal is not actually supporting this report. I'm just trying to go through the comments very quickly to see if supply chain has given any positive comments. I'm not picking up correctly. Why were the purchase orders not rendered? Is it because there was no budget available in that particular financial year, or was it because it was an emergency at the time? I think, Chair, that's just my 2 questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Mpefu?
Chair, with Verusha, just to confirm the reasons for no payment, but I did hear the department saying they didn't have budget. I just need confirmation that when the expenditure or the contractors were contacted to render the service, was the contract still valid? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Asminki.
Chair, having checked all the comments from the departments, one thing that I've just seen is the fact that we are all saying Section 32 needs to be adhered to. So I'm not sure. Can we also get clarity in terms of the reason behind the non-payment on time, Chair? Thanks.
Thank you. RH?
Yeah, quickly, the 2 tenders are still valid, even as we speak now. Secondly, it was a combination of not having money, but also pressure on bringing people back on the grid and the street lights. Thanks.
Can I come in through you, Chair, just to buttress the points made by the RH, with which I am in total agreement, just to make the point that yes, the tenders are still valid, I think, until December this year. There are 3 tenders, and the service providers whose names appear in the list are from that panel and are allocated for regional operations in region 4 in particular, or in the ROC. So yes, there's a combination of 2 things, that the budget of the regions, especially region 4, is nowhere near sufficient, the work they have to do, because they were suffering at the time. I think it appears in the report, there was a surge of theft and vandalism in the Olivenhout Bosch area, in particular, Moy Plus and all of peri-urban areas in region 4. And that led to the spike of that. So as the ROC, certainly from head office, we insist on the issuance of a purchase requisition from the RH and the supply chain helping us with the PO where it is feasible. But maybe I just wanted to make this point that, and I've written to all of them, to copying them with the circular from yourself as the CFO and that of the accounting office and the COO, because I think we're aligned. But I think it will be somewhat remiss if I don't say this as the head of the department, that it's not always feasible. Like as we're sitting here now, it's already after hours, but load shedding and cable theft and cable fault don't know office hours. So as I sit here, I just got a WhatsApp message from the city manager that there's an area outage in Brooklyn, for instance. And we just came out of a meeting with the MMC on the area outage in Lotus Gardens and Thatchfield. Now, what do? Do you not restore power to people and say you are waiting for a PO, which we will get probably tomorrow if we push, or even Monday? It's not always feasible. But secondly, remember, as a licensee of NERSA, we have signed up for norms and standards within which we must restore power to especially area outages, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 2 hours, until 7.5, which were measured on for the continued validity of our license. So in that kind of situation where area outage, by the way, a number of our outages happen after hours. When we all go home, they happen. When ESCOM sheds at 8 to 10, not everybody returns. And that's when we then engage the service providers to go and restore people. So I just thought I should make that point, that as the head of department, I've written to all regional heads. I insist on it being done, but I think I'll be misleading the committee if I say it's always feasible, especially on energy and electricity in the area of area outages, where you've got a lot of cable theft happening in the night, in the still of the night, after hours, and load shedding happening 24/7. But I think the rest of the other points, the RH captured them very well. Thank you, sir, Chair.
Thank you for that clarity, Chair. Group head. And now I want you to advise me on how to write out, you said buttress, so that the secretariat can also have it noted correctly in the minutes. I agree we learn on a daily basis. Members, your comments?
It's BUWTRES. Did you get that, Chair?
I got it crystal clear.
Okay.
Thank you. Member Mpefu?
Chair, with me, if there's a valid tender and they are allocated service providers to specific areas, I do understand the fact that it might not necessarily be possible to create a PO, nor does it make it a correct principle or the right way of doing things. But I guess if you've got an allocated service provider for a particular area and the contract is valid, it still does not make it an ex post facto, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Varusha.
Chair, I think my concern is still, if you look at the comments of the departments, it appears to be unauthorized expenditure because you're incurring funds that you don't have in a financial year. If you look at the finance comments, finance is actually alluding to the fact that it's irregular expenditure because a purchase order has to be created before any costs are incurred. I think the difference for me with this and the previous report is the previous report you could at least see that the city manager had given an instruction, which is slightly different in the way that this report is coming across. So for me, Chair, that's the concern with simply ratifying prior year payments. I do hear Member Tembeka's indicating that there is a valid tender in place, but just because we have valid tenders does not necessarily mean we can exceed the budget allocation for a financial year and then a year or 2 years later come back and then reallocate the funds in this matter, especially without having followed the requirements to create a purchase order and follow that process. So that's just my concern, Chair, in terms of how we decide to approach this matter. Thanks.
Thanks, Osminki.
I really do not have any further comments, taking into account the comments from both legal and supply chain. However, I do understand the kind of complexity that this department, in particular ROC, is facing on a daily basis.
Thank you. So I think on the recommendations, or maybe let me allow the group head to just add on before we go to the recommendations based on the additional questions.
No, I think the comments from colleagues, Chairperson, are well placed, and maybe let me speak now as because I guess they are meant to me, not to the RH, as the head of the department. I receive them with all humility that I can master. But I'm also comforted by the comments by the acting group head of legal services, because I must say the following, Chairperson. You would know as the chair of this committee, you probably have never met me in your committee this year. And there's a reason why. I have done my part in the 4.5 years I've been here. You would also remember when I came in here, I had items at the BAC literally every Thursday. They were dealing with these kind of items. Now, at the risk of blowing my own horn, I have worked very hard, Chairperson, to try and engender a culture of procure to pay in the first instance, and secondly, to work within our means, that's frugality as a department. However, if I must take a leaf from what Osminki says, it's not always possible when you are the group head of the ROC. The ROC does repairs and maintenance of all basically essential services. Now, as I did indicated, it's not always feasible that you would follow a very nice process that's laid out before you do something, maybe to repaint a building. As we sit here, as I'm saying, the whole of Brooklyn is off. Now, what do? Do I ask the acting regional head of Region 3 to generate a purchase requisition? And in terms of the contract, the person has knocked off, our slayer has knocked off at 4:30. So she can only generate it on Friday. And I suspect Oostembeka and Chief Bayer and others have got a lot to do, not to focus on the ROC. In all likelihood, I must give them 3 days. It means they'll give it to me on Tuesday. Now, what kind of a city will I be running if you could have the whole area of the third largest footprint of ambassadorial offices offline in Hatfield, Groenkloof, all of that. So the USA, France, and everybody know they can't contact the ambassadors because Tshwane doesn't have electricity. Can I really sit here and be proud as a group head that I am running a department following the prescripts and I will only restore power in Region 3 on Wednesday next week? It's impossible. So what am I saying, Chairperson? I'm saying I do appreciate the wise counsel from the members, but a little bit of empathy will go a long way, because I am doing my best. And as I suggested, I have never come to this committee this year because I try and insist and work with what I have with other regions. But the point is, in the last 3 years, ROC has been receiving annual reduction of budget. We all know. And the work is increasing. The informal sectors are increasing. Illegal connection is increasing. Cable theft is increasing. We just can't keep up with the level of theft in the city. But we are doing what we can to keep the lights on. And as you are sitting there in China House, you probably were hearing voices. It was people from Lotus Gardens marching. Guess what? For the area outage they've suffered in the last 3 days. And fortunately, we restored it today. So I do appreciate the wise counsel of procure to pay, but where I'm sitting, when OMSA now, as I'm sitting, has sent me a message that the whole sewer in Mawika, Mawopani, Winterfeld, Harangu has collapsed. And raw sewer is now getting into the Apis River. So that's the work I do. I do repairs and maintenance. So I think we've made progress as the ROC, and Region 4, maybe the point that the RH does not want to make because he's a consummate professional. Let me make it for him. These are issues that happened before his time. And I can assure you with Phil in Region 4, this will never happen again. This happened before his time under Tebello. And he did what he did to render the services, for which, by the way, I took consequence management. He's going, as at the end of his contract, he was going through a disciplinary hearing precisely for the charge I laid on him on this conduct, because I insisted that we should have handled it a little bit differently. But I do have an appreciation of where the regional heads sit with the NERSA pressure, the pressure from the executive that run us, that want things to happen almost at once. So I do take the counsel like a professional that I am. I'm just saying, Chairperson, you would be the first to agree that we have made some progress in terms of the number of items we bring for this kind of matters. This just happens to be a legacy issue that traverses through 2 financial years. Thank you, Chairperson.
Acknowledged. Members, can we get 2 recommendations? We have to pay, and I think the group head has already indicated that there was consequence management taken, or he was in the process of being taken when the incumbent contract came to an end. So I do propose that we recommend to the accounting officer for payment. Any comments on the recommendations? Members, are we still together?
Yes, Chair. If I may just ask, the official that was talking about here, taking into account, like I indicated before, the comments from both supply chain and legal services, is no longer within the city. Because I saw something like consequence management in most of the comments from both legal and supply chain.
Yes.
As for clarity.
Yes, that's why, I mean, I think the group head had initiated a process. So from a consequence management point of view, there was an attempt to do it. At this point, we've got service providers that we owe. We run the risk of bank accounts being attached. The services have been rendered as confirmed by the group head, and it is due. It must be paid. And I'm grateful on the recommendation, Marisha.
Chair, it's just recommendation 1. Is that something that we note? It talks about the contents of the report essentially being noted. but then recommendation 3 talks about the payment being approved. Is that the correct approach that we are then going to recommend this report? I'm just not sure, because normally when you have your ex post facto, you have a certain type of recommendations that you make, just to confirm if they're in order.
Yeah, so I'm proposing that we don't include the recommendations in terms of section 32, and rather note in the recommendation that the group had already initiated a consequence management process within the region or within the department. I don't know if members are aligned with that kind of recommendation.
Chairperson, if I may say something on that one, I've also written formally to the CAE of the city to ask for them to, just for my comfort, to also do audit and verification of the invoices as done by the regions to their satisfaction. But for completeness, I've written to the CAE and copied the COO and the city manager on the same item. Thank you.
You, Barisha?
Chair, I'm taking guidance from supply chain here on what the correct procedure is to follow, because it also does set a precedent with the way that we deal with all departments. So if the recommendation is that we are acknowledging the consequence management and the initiatives taken by the group here to date, and if we are approving the payments, and that's the way forward, not limiting it to the regulation 32. And if that's what SCM is indicating is the correct stance to take, then Chair, then I do support it. But like I've indicated, the comments in the report are actually indicating something very different, but we hear the circumstances under which the group head is working under. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Tembeka.
Chair, I think as I had commented before, to say understanding the environment or the rock environment, for me, if there is a contract in place, as in a tender in place that is valid, and there are allocated service providers in place, it does not really necessarily make this particular process be recommended under Section 32, Chair. Yes, it is important that the POs must be prepared for procure to pay process, but this particular expenditure was incurred or is to be incurred, or services were rendered under a valid contract, Chair. Those are my comments, and I agree with you when you're saying we therefore do recommend the payment of these invoices to the accounting officer with the exclusion of the Section 32 requirements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Asminki, anything from your side?
Nothing, Chair.
Let's adopt then those recommendations, colleagues. Thank you.
Apologies, Chairperson. The recommendations, I think, is 3 recommendations. Are we including the list of the invoices with the amounts in the recommendations?
Yes, please, and the service providers.
Okay.
So members, are we breaking? Are we continuing until 6? Seeing that Varisha is not available, so we're not going to have a quorum beyond 6. Not 6:30 at least. Okay, we continue, Portia.
Chair, just 5 minutes stretch break only,
Okay.
please.
All right, we'll resume at 17:20. Thank you.
Co-chair. Gaston.
Hello, Sister.
What's happening? Are we on a break? Yes.
Yes, and
5 minutes.
until yeah.
Can we have a call? Where's Chairperson? So it's up until what time, Portia?
recommendations in terms of Section 32, so that we then complete the cycle as required by the MFMA. So I think from a procurement point of view, there might have been a minor breach from a procurement point of view. But the fact that the invoices were not recorded in the correct financial year without the necessary approvals could give rise to an unauthorized expenditure. So an investigation will then determine whether it fits into any of those two, or it's something that can then be condoned by council. So the additional recommendation will just deal with the investigations, but it's still recommended for payment so that we don't then risk the city's bank accounts from being attached as amended, colleagues.
As amended.
As amended, Chair.
Thank you. Member Mpefu. Kosia.
Chairperson.
Let's move. You've got that again.
Chairperson, I wanted to ask about the investigation. You only mentioned investigations. Can you please have a sentence for me? That we refer to.
I gave you guys recommendations when there's a Section 32 in terms of the MFMA, and I'm expecting you to apply those standard ones. Guess then what deeds?
All right then. Got it.
All right. And in a meeting, when I say Section 32, I'm expecting you to add all of those recommendations, not just one. So the city manager must investigate, must recover, unless so that even when it's referred to group audit and risk, and they take into consideration all of those issues.
Yes, Chair, noted.
Okay, we can move now. We can move to the next item.
Chairperson, item 11.3.
Thank you, Chairperson. Once again, this is the last item from the ROC. I will defer to my regional head, who is the BEC chairperson. This one comes from the BEC, assisted by the director responsible, Mr. Stephen Macheve, and I am here as the group head to support them. With your permission, over to Lebo Peshia Sikati.
Peshia.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Good afternoon. My name is Peshia Makhopa, but the group head said Sikati because my surname has changed. That's all that I wanted to also put forward, that my surname has changed from Makhopa to Sikati, but on the appointment, I'm still Makhopa. And I declare that I don't have any personal interest. My family has no personal interest to the bid or the matter at hand. And Chairperson, if you allow me, I'll go to the report. The report, the bid was ROC 15/2021 of 2022. The tender is for the professional service engineering services for providing and operating of a GIS-linked road and stormwater, as well as other related infrastructure management systems within the city of Tshwane on a cloud-based system as and when required on tendered rates and available budget. And it's for three years. The tender was approved at the bid spec 24 November, advertised 2021, and advertised on 18 January 2022. Briefing session, a compulsory briefing session was held on 2 February 2022, and the bid closed on 21 February 2022. And the responsible official is Stevens Macheve, as mentioned by the group head, and Martha DeVos is the opposition official responsible for administrative compliance. And the list, those are the list of the bid evaluation committee members. And there were 16 bids received for this tender, and the bid is also valid. Hence, it has been extended or expiring on the 18th of August 2022. From this page, from page 3 until page 42, it's a scope of work. So what I can just mention on the scope of work is that it's divided into two: lead consulting and assessment consultant. So the lead consultant actually provide the cloud-based system, and the other one, the assessment consultant, will go and onto the ground or into the field and capture the infrastructure, new infrastructure and other infrastructure on the ground, road infrastructure, and put it on the system. So that, just in summary, that's what how it's going to work, or how it was divided into two. And I will take you quickly to page 42, where let me just go quickly to page 2, where it was the end of the scope of works, and then it shows the list of the bids that were submitted, which was 16, and there were no late bids received for this tender. On the pre-compliance, all the bidders complied with the pre-consultant compliance on CSD. And because the city requested a compulsory briefing, all the bidders attended the compulsory briefing, which was held on the 2nd February 2022. However, one of the bidders, which is bidder 2, did not attend the briefing, and therefore could not be carried through to the next evaluation process. The evaluation was divided into 4 stages, namely stage 1, which was administrative compliance, mandatory; stage 2, mandatory, for lead and assessment consultant, and stage 3 was technical visual electronic presentation of the system, of the cloud-based system that was to be provided by the lead consultant only. And stage 4 was the price and preference points of the tender for both lead and assessment consultant. With regard to administrative, all the bidders complied with the administrative requirements of the tender. And on the mandatory stage, if you can see on the report from page 446, the lead and consultant and assessment consultant were having different criteria in terms of what was required. However, we evaluated them as per the spec, and from the mandatory that was requested, the bidders, the following 13 bidders did not comply with the mandatory requirements as per the table above. Bidder 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16 did not comply. Only 2 bidders complied with the mandatory requirements, which were bidder 13 and 14. Moving to the next stage, the 2 bidders were then invited to present their cloud-based system to the committee, of which it was done, and all the 2 bidders complied with the requirement or criteria that was required for the system. Then we move to the next stage of prices, and the person I want to go to page the page 67 of the document, where the schedule of particulars and prices of acceptable tenders was tabled, where bidder 13 and 14, if you'll see, they were evaluated on 80/20, and if you check, bidder 14 was bidder 13 was the one who complied 100%, and the other one was 50%. However, we went to the note that we put on as a committee, because we deliberated a lot on this one. The tender specification on the scope of works clause C3.1 of the tender document stipulated that the following: bidders are allowed to bid for either lead consultant or assessment consultant or both. However, bidders shall only be considered for appointment as either lead or assessment consultant, which then meant that we could not appoint only one service provider for both. But we needed to appoint one for one, and for lead consultant, and the other one for assessment consultant. And we also noted that bidder 13 was the lowest between the two bidders considered for appointment for lead consultant part of the tender. However, the bidder also bidded for the assessment consultant part of the tender. Hence, bidder 14 is recommended for appointment as lead consultant ahead of the lowest bidder, which was digital. No, I do not want to mention names, but the lowest bidder. Because digital industries, or bidder 13, is the only acceptable bidder who tendered for both lead and assessment consultant. As such, they would be recommended for appointment as assessment consultant by default. So that is the thing that we have to deliberate on, Chairperson. We could not appoint one for both, but we needed to appoint one for each. So hence we had to go through that process as tabled in the report. And the final recommendation, Chairperson, was that bidder 13 be recommended for the tender for the professional services within the city for the professional service, civil engineering service for providing and operating of a GIS link system, as well as other related management system within the city, as an requirement as a lead consultant. And that we also noted that because of the price difference that we see of the bidder 14 tendered for 11,090,838.00, and bidder 13 tendered for 6,657,063.08, and also there was a huge price difference. So it is further recommended that the city manager, upon appointment, and negotiate with bidder 14 for the price to mitigate the risk of the project not being affordable as well. And then bidder 14 is recommended to be appointed as assessment consultant. Thanks, Chairperson. I'll close there.
Thank you for the report. I didn't get a chance to see who was in the BEC. Just confirm the specification. Was it consulted with the ICT shared services colleagues?
Thanks, Chair, and through you, I'll declare as well that my name is Stephen Macheve. I'm from the department, and I declare that I have no personal interests on the bid that we are looking at today. And just to respond to your question, yes, we did consult ICT on the matter. And then, yes, there were deliberations in that regard. And then eventually they understood that, like our system is just a standalone system. It has no other impacts. And they mentioned a new subsystem that was to be introduced in the city. And then we looked at that as well. And then it was discovered as well in that regard that the new subsystem, I can't remember the name, somebody can jog my memory, that it wouldn't suffice for the requirements of this particular system that we basically require. So in that regard, ICT gave us go ahead to proceed with the standalone system, which is the system for the asset management of roads and stormwater infrastructure across the city. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you. Can I have that in writing, please? In your pricing, there are some elements that are not priced. For example, under section A5, stormwater management system, to provide a cloud-based stormwater management system. It's supposed to be a lump sum. That number is a dash. Item 2.2, grab packs annual verification, that's a dash. 3.2, data integration, that's a dash. So there's a few of those in the your pricing structure. Can you advise what implication that has? Is it because, or let me not try and justify it. So just advise what the meaning of those is.
Okay. I can also afford Stevens to respond because he is also the member of the committee. However, because this is a rate only, what do you call a tender? So we requested them not to put in the quantities because it will actually I don't know. What do you call it? It will not. Maybe Stevens can respond as well.
Yeah. Thanks, Pacia, and through you, Chair. Actually, I was muted. I was trying to respond to that question. If we look at item 1.1, for example, of the pricing schedule, where we have the dashes, the quantity is a dash, the unit is the lump sum, and there is no rate there because of it's actually the rate and the price are supposed to be the same in that regard. Because of it's just a lump sum, it means that we're just gonna pay that once off for them to provide the functional cloud-based system. So
but it's not on the report. I don't see it on the report. I mean, I'm looking at page number 70 and I don't see it.
Page 70, I'm on 61. Oh, you're on page 70. Okay, I was reading from the wrong page. Can I be on the same page as with
on
you?
the recommendation? Because my worry is if there are no prices on the recommendation, then it means that service is not going to be provided for. So I wonder if it wasn't. I guess the intention was for it to be quoted so it can be provided for. So if it's not there, then it becomes a problem.
All right, no, I agree with you 100%, Chairperson. That on the lump sum, it should have been that total amount. Then, and I think you are correct. You well spotted that one. We didn't miss it. And then if the rate is not there, definitely
where's the lump sum? Maybe if you can.
I was reading at it on page 61, Chair.
61.
Yes. I was at page 61. I was on page 61.
Asset management grab, annual license, data integration. Okay, so it means your recommendation is incomplete.
Correct, Chair.
Because if it's a lump sum, then that amount must be included either an annual amount or a once-off amount for the period of 3 years.
Absolutely.
Okay. Members, your comments? I just needed that clarity. Asminki?
No comments from my side.
Varusha?
Thanks, Chair. In the report, it's making reference to the digital industries and Zutari. And when the recommendation for Zutari is made, which is the first recommendation, I think it's on page 73, there is a note there saying that we must still recommend that it be subject to a negotiation. It says it's further recommended that the city manager negotiate bidder 14 Zutari tendered price of 11 million, citing a considerable price difference to the lowest bidder, which is digital industries at 6 million. So if Zutari is not the lowest bidder for that item, I'm not understanding why we're recommending them and not recommending the lowest bidder for this particular item. And I tend to disagree with the department's submission that the lump sum payments are just a summary of the existing amounts, because if you actually look at them, apart from the fact that it's a unit amount that needs to be calculated, you'll have to do a unit amount based on the anticipated, for example, road surface area or whatever type of infrastructure you're looking at. But certain of the items are actually not included. For example, if you look at item 1.2, which is on page 76, you're talking about a condition assessment. And that condition assessment, I'm not sure if it's being read as when you look at curbing, it's a 129 Rand a kilometer condition assessment, and that's done on its own. So if someone is doing curbing and walkways and fencing, then they must add the particular aspects of those items. So I tend to be a bit uncomfortable with the submission that the department is making. And I just needed clarity in terms of those two issues. And is there any interlink between the work that the first recommended bidder or bidder number 13 versus, sometimes they're referring to Zutari as bidder 13, others they're referring to Zutari as bidder number 14. So if they can just correct that. But between Zutari and digital, if we can have an understanding whether there's an interlink between what the two service providers are doing, or does it need to be work that's actually being done by one service provider because of the nature of the work? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Member Mpefu. Member Mpefu.
No comments, Chair. I'm covered.
Steve Wolf.
Thanks, Chair. Let's firstly start with the appointments. The way the tender was structured in terms of the tender specifications, there were two areas that the appointment were ought to be effected. It was Area A, which was the lead consultant, and Area B, which was the assessment consultant. So when we did, and then we specified in the tender specifications that the only a service provider can be appointed either as a lead or as an assessment consultant. So meaning that we cannot appoint one for both of them. And then once we were done with the evaluations and now we were going into the price and recommendations, we picked up that we only have 2 service providers, which was bidder 13 and bidder 14, whereby bidder 13, whereby bidder, I think the honorable member might be correct there, where bidder 13 had only bid for a lead consultant, which was Zutari, and then bidder 14 had bid for lead and assessment. So since bidder 14 had bid for lead and then assessment, but we can only appoint them for one area. And then as such, since the other bidder only submitted a bid for Section A, it meant that by default, bidder 14 were now going to be appointed as an assessment consultant, because now we cannot appoint them for both, even though they were the lowest on the first or on Section A, because the 2 sections, in a way, maybe I need to also outline that the 2 sections are interlinked in the sense that once the assessment consultant has done his work, then the lead consultant, they submit that information to the lead consultant. The lead consultant needs to verify the correctness of that information and make sure that they sample it, we've put it in the specifications as well, they sample that work. So we need to appoint both of them. We cannot appoint one without the other. We cannot appoint Section A. So here, both bidders, Section A, they submitted a bid. For Section B, only one bidder, bidder for 14, who submitted the bid. So how do we appoint this? It means that the bidder 14, as they are the only ones who submitted for Section B, they have no competition. They will be appointed that. That means by default, then it means that we need to appoint the other bidder for their Section A so that we will comply with those tender specifications. That is how this recommendation came about. We further looked at the risk to say there is a huge price difference, as you could have seen when we were doing the 80-20 or the preferential point scoring. The second bidder scored 50%, while the first bidder or the lowest bidder, which was in this case digital, scored 100%. We said that we need to raise that risk of the project not being affordable due to the significant or considerable price difference between the two. Hence, we looked at it that the processes, our supply chain management processes, allows us to basically negotiate with bidders prior to finalizing appointments. Hence, we made that recommendation. And then that is how we came to this point, Chairperson. So I'm not sure if there will be further questions there, and then I can take the second question with regard to 1.2 on condition assessment.
So I mean, based on your explanation, I'm convinced that this tender is actually non-responsive. Because essentially what you are saying is that if you stick to the recommendation, not the recommendation, to the requirements of the spec, the recommended bidder under Section A should have been
digital.
Digital. And if you leave digital under Section A, then you don't have a service provider for Section B. So what you essentially want to do is to, in inverted commas, disqualify digital on Section A and give them Section B when they were actually the lowest on Section A. And from a chronology point of view, you would start with Section A first, and then whoever is appointed under Section A not be considered for appointment in section B. Justice, I don't know if I'm interpreting it correctly, but to me it sounds like the tender is actually non-responsive.
Yes, your interpretation is correct, Chair. That is the situation we are sitting with.
Okay,
I wasn't
so you were trying
sure
to
about
save.
the chronology processes. Yeah, that one is getting me. Yeah. Okay, I wasn't sure about how to go about the chronology because we did basically debate that as well, and then, but because of the specifications, we felt that the way that we structured our recommendation will make the tender sound and valid. We didn't know about the chronology that we need to consider the first section before the other.
Members, your views? My view is that it's non-responsive and must then be cancelled and start over. Member Mpefu? Member Mpefu, oh.
I understand where you're coming from, Chair.
But
That it becomes non-responsive. Supported, Chair.
I'm also following, Chair. Just have been load shed now. Hopefully, I'll finish with you guys if my network is still available, but I'm still here. I've been following, Chair. I totally agree with your sentiments, Chair.
Zarusha?
Chair, I support that, and that's why I asked if there's a correlation between the work that A and Part B are doing. And it's clear that it has to be done by two separate service providers. So I support your recommendation. While the issue of the pricing wasn't addressed, I was also going to try and understand why they were submitting a document without having verified if the service providers have any officials that are employed in the state, because it says to be confirmed. I thought it was strange that it's still coming to BAC without having that confirmation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So, colleagues, the tender is non-responsive and would require a re-advertisement. I think the department can, for the sake of completeness, just look at the spec and see if there's anything that is required to be amended before it goes back out into the market. And I think going forward, it would help to either have the sign-off from shared services in the spec itself, or at least commentary as part of the evaluation report for the sake of completeness, because we also need to protect the business interests of making sure that we don't do something now and shared services is busy with something that will result in a duplication.
Noted, Chair.
Chair, if I can just ask, is it possible for them to award on A with the lowest service provider and then go out for the Part B only, or does it have to be awarded at the same time?
Stephen?
Chair. Through you. Yeah, it is actually no. Let me just be frank and open and say no, because it means that the Section A appointment will just lie idle. We wouldn't be in a position to utilize it before we have appointed on B. So we can make an appointment now, but if it takes us possibly another 6 months to finalize the appointment on B, it means that that appointment on A, it will lie idle. So I need to bring that to the fore. If such an appointment wouldn't give a problem, we wouldn't have a problem actually doing that, because we went out on tender. It is a point of consideration that can be entertained in fact. But it's just that upfront, we need to say that A cannot proceed without B having been appointed.
All right, thank you. So let's propose then the cancellation of the tender due to non-responsive. Members, I suggest we stop here and close and reconvene on Monday morning and complete the agenda then. Members?
Chair, we are finished. I support that.
I can hear it in your voice, and I know my secretariat is also exhausted. Remaining items are deferred to a special on Monday.
Chair, I support it, but Pecker's hand is raised, so I'm not sure if he's going to make a plea with you.
I can't see any hands. But I'm telling the truth. You'll be the first one on Monday.
No, it's fine. No, good evening, members. My request, man. I had also requested to table a report. If you move, can you consider that report as well on Monday?
For sure, you can add whatever reports that have come through in the last couple of days by end of business tomorrow. So we can issue a final agenda by tomorrow. I think we must appoint Peko into BAC in the stead of COO.
Supported, Chair.
Colleagues, enjoy your evening. We will see each other on Monday.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Thank you.
Chair.
Chair.